梁歌制作《三国演义》，罗贯中著。第一回，宴桃园豪杰三结义，斩黄金英雄首立功，滚滚长江东逝水，浪花淘尽英雄。是非成败转头空，青山依旧在。
Produced by Liang Gu, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, written by Luo Guanzhong. Chapter 1. The three heroes of the Taoyuan banquet are sworn brothers, and the hero who killed the yellow turban is the first to make a meritorious service. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward, and the waves wash away the heroes. Right and wrong, success or failure turn around in vain. The green hills are still there.
几度夕阳红，白发渔樵江渚上，惯看秋月春风。一壶浊酒喜相逢，古今多少事，都付笑谈中。调寄临江仙，话说天下大事，分久必合，合久必分。周末七国纷争。
Several sunsets are red. The white-haired fisherman and woodcutter on the Nagisa River is used to watching the autumn moon and spring breeze. Happy reunion over a pot of turbid wine. Many things in ancient and modern times are all talked about with laughter. Tiao Jian, Linjiang Immortal. Talking about the general trend of the world, if we divide for a long time, we will unite, and if we unite for a long time, we will divide. The Seven Kingdoms fight over the weekend.
并入于秦，即秦灭之后，楚、汉纷争又并入于汉。汉朝自高祖斩白蛇而起义，一统天下。后来光武中兴，传至献帝，遂分为三国。推其治乱之由，代始于桓、灵二帝。
Incorporated into Qin. After the fall of Qin, Chu and Han fought separately and merged with Han. The Han dynasty revolted after Emperor Gaozu killed the White Snake and unified the world. Later, it was revived by Guangwu and spread to Emperor Xian, and it was divided into three kingdoms. The cause of the chaos probably started with Emperors Huan and Ling.
桓帝禁锢善类，崇信宦官。及桓帝崩，灵帝即位，大将军窦武、太傅陈蕃共相辅佐。时有宦官曹节等弄权，窦武、陈蕃谋诛之，机事不密，反为所害，中捐自此愈横。
Emperor Huan imprisoned good people and respected eunuchs. When Emperor Huan died, Emperor Ling ascended the throne, and General Dou Wu and Grand Tutor Chen Fan assisted each other. At that time, the eunuch Chao Jia and others took power, and Dou Wu and Chen Fan planned to kill him. However, the secret was not kept secret, and he was harmed instead. Zhongzhuan became more and more unruly from then on.
建宁2年4月望日，地狱温德殿。方声作，殿角狂风骤起。只见一条大青蛇从梁上飞将下来，盘于以上。地惊倒，左右急救入宫，百官居奔避。须臾，蛇不见了。
In April of the second year of Jianing, the emperor visited the Wendy Hall. As he ascended the throne, a strong wind suddenly rose in the corner of the palace. I saw a big green snake flying down from the beam and coiling on the chair. The emperor collapsed in shock, and rescuers rushed into the palace from left and right, while all the officials ran away. After a while, the snake disappeared.
忽然大雷大雨，加以冰雹，落到半夜方止，坏却房屋无数。建宁4年2月，洛阳地震，又海水泛溢，沿海居民尽被大浪卷入海中。光和元年，雌鸡化雄。6月朔。
Suddenly there was a heavy thunderstorm, plus hail, which stopped at midnight, damaging countless houses. In February of the 4th year of Jianning, there was an earthquake in Luoyang. The sea water overflowed, and all the residents along the coast were swept into the sea by big waves. In the 1st year of Guanghe, the female chicken turned into a male. New June.
黑气10余丈，飞入温德殿中。秋7月，有红现于玉堂，五原山岸尽皆崩裂，种种不详，非止一端。地下诏问群臣以灾异之由，一郎蔡邕上书，以为泥堕积化。
More than 10 feet of black energy flew into the windy hall. In the 7th month of autumn, a rainbow appeared in Yutong. All the shores of Wuyuan Mountain collapsed. All kinds of ominousness are not limited to one end. The emperor issued an edict and asked the ministers about the reason for the disaster, and the minister Cai Yong thought that Ni had turned into a chicken.
乃复似干政之所至，严颇切止。帝览奏叹息，因起更衣。曹节在后妾室，悉宣告左右，遂以他视县庸余罪，放归田里。后张让、赵忠、封谞、段珪、曹节、侯览、简硕、程况、夏运。
It was caused by Fuzi's interference in politics, and his words were quite straightforward. The emperor read and sighed because he got up to change his clothes. Chao Jie peeped from behind and announced to his left and right. He then framed Yong for other things and released him into the fields. Later Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, Feng Su, Duan Gui, Chao Jie, Ho Lan, Jian Shuo, Qin Kuang, Xia Yun.
郭盛10人朋比为监，号为10常侍。帝尊信张让，呼为阿父。朝政日非，以致天下人心思乱，盗贼风起。时据陆郡有兄弟3人，一名张角，一名张宝，一名张良。
10 of Guoxing's friends became traitors, and they were named 10 constant attendants. The emperor trusted Zhang Rang and called him father. The government is failing day by day, causing confusion among the people in the world, and thieves are rising in droves. At that time, there were 3 brothers in Jiulu County. One was Zhang Jiao, the other was Zhang Bao, and the other was Zhang Liang.
那张角本是个不第秀才，因入山采药，遇一老人，闭眼童颜，手执藜杖，换脚至一洞中，以天书3卷授之，曰：“此名太平药术，汝得之，当代天宣化，普救世人。”
That Zhang Jiao was originally a talented scholar. He went into the mountains to collect herbs and met an old man with blue eyes and a childish face. He held a quinoa staff. He called Zhang Jiao to a cave and taught him the 3 volumes of the Book of Heaven, saying, "This is called the Essential Techniques of Taiping. If you get it, it will be proclaimed by heaven in this contemporary era and save the world universally."
若蒙一心，必获恶报。角拜问姓名，老人曰：“吾乃南华老仙也。”言讫，化阵清风而去。角得此书，小叶恭喜，能呼风唤雨，号为太平道人。中平元年正月内，亦起流行。
If you have a different intention, you will get bad retribution. Jiao asked for his name. The old man said, "I am an old immortal from Nanhua." After saying this, he turned into a breeze and flew away. He got this book, studied it at dawn and night, and was able to call the wind and rain, so he was named Taoist of Taiping. In the 1st month of the 1st year of Zhongping, the epidemic spread.
张角散师浮水，为人治病，自称大贤良师。角有徒弟500余人，云游四方，皆能书符念咒。此后徒众日多，角乃立36方，大方1万余人，小方6、7千，各立渠帅。
Zhang Jiao spreads talisman water to treat people's illnesses, and calls himself a great virtuous teacher. Jiao has more than 500 disciples who travel far and wide, all of whom can write talismans and recite incantations.
称为将军，俄言：苍天已死，黄天当立，岁在甲子，天下大吉。令人各以白土书甲子二字于家中大门上。清、幽、徐、冀、荆、扬、兖、豫八州之人，家家侍奉大贤良师张角名字。
He was called a general and falsely said, "The sky is dead, and the yellow sky will stand. If you are aged Jiazi, the world will be auspicious." Everyone was ordered to write the word Jiazi in white clay on the door of their home. People from the 8 states of Qing, Yu, Su, Ji, Jing, Yang, Yan, and Hunan all serve the great sage Zhang Jiao's name.
矫简其党马原意，暗击金帛，结交中捐封虚，以为内应。矫与二弟商议曰：至难得者，民心也。今民心已顺，若不成事取天下，诚为可惜。遂一面私造黄旗，曰期举事。
Jiao sent his party Ma Yuani to exchange gold and silk secretly, and made friends with him, thinking that he would be an internal response.
一面使弟子唐州持书报封虚，唐州乃径赴省中告变。帝召大将军何进调兵擒马元义，斩之，赐收封虚等一干人下狱。张角闻之事路，星夜举兵，自称天公将军。
On the one hand, he sent his disciple Tang Zhou to write letters and report to him. In the Tang dynasty, Zhou Nai went directly to the province to report the rebellion. The emperor summoned General He Jin to mobilize troops to capture Ma Yuani and behead him. Then he imprisoned Feng Su and others. When Zhang Jiao heard about the governor's revelation, he raised his troops at starry night and called himself General Tiangong.
张宝称地公将军，张良称人公将军。申言于众曰：今汉运江中，大圣人出，汝等皆宜顺天从政，以乐太平。四方百姓果黄金从张角反者40-50万，贼势浩大。
Zhang Bao was called General Digong, and Zhang Liang was called General Rengong.
官军望风而靡，何进奏帝火速降诏，令各处备御，讨贼立功。一面遣中郎将卢植、黄甫松、朱俊各引精兵，分3路讨之。且说张角义军前犯幽州界分。
The officers and soldiers were in awe. He Jin reported to the emperor that he immediately issued an edict, ordering everyone to prepare for the enemy and make meritorious deeds against the thieves. On the one hand, he sent the generals Lu Ji, Huangfu Song, and Zhu Jun to attack them in 3 separate groups with their best troops. Let's talk about Zhang Jiao's army, which invaded the boundary of Yuzhou.
幽州太守刘焉，乃江夏竟陵人士，汉鲁公王之后也。当时闻得贼兵将至，赵校尉邹靖计议。靖曰：贼兵众，我兵寡，明公宜作速招军应敌。刘焉然其说。
Lu Yan, the governor of Yuzhou, was a native of Jingling, Jiangxia, and the descendant of King Gong of Hanlu. At that time, I heard that the bandits were coming, so I summoned the school captain Zhou Jing to make plans. Jing said, "There are many thieves and we have few soldiers."
随即出榜招募义兵。榜文行到涿县，引出涿县中一个英雄。那人不甚好读书，性宽和，寡言语，喜怒不形于色，素有大志，专好结交天下豪杰，生得身长7尺5寸。
Then he went out to recruit volunteers. The article went to Zhuoxian and led to a hero in Zhuoxian. That man was not very good at reading. He was kind-hearted, taciturn, and could express his emotions and anger. He had great ambitions and liked to make friends with the world's heroes. He was born to be 7 feet and 5 inches tall.
两耳垂肩，双手过膝，目能自顾其耳，面如冠玉，唇若涂脂。中山靖王刘胜之后，汉景帝阁下玄孙，姓刘名备，字玄德。昔刘胜之子刘桢，汉武时封涿鹿亭侯。
His ears hang down from his shoulders, his hands are above his knees, his eyes can focus on his ears, his face is like a crown of jade, and his lips are as if they were painted with grease. After Lu Sheng, King Jing of Zhongshan, he was the great-great-grandson of Emperor Jing of the Han Dynasty. His surname was Lu Mingbei, and his courtesy name was Xuanda. In the past, Lu Zhen, the son of Lu Sheng, was granted the title of Marquis of Zhuoluting during the Han Dynasty.
后作纣金石侯，因此移这一支在涿县。玄德祖刘雄，父刘弘。弘曾举孝廉，亦常作吏，早丧。玄德幼孤，弑母至孝，家贫，范据织席为业。家住本县楼桑村，其家之东南。
Later, he lost his title to Chu Jin, so he left this branch in Zhuoxian County. Xuanda's ancestor Lu Xiong and his father Lu Hong. Hong Zheng promoted filial piety and honesty, and also tried to serve as an official. He died early. Xuanda was an orphan, and he was extremely filial to his mother. His family was poor, and he made a living by selling clothes and weaving mats. He lives in Lusang village, this county, southeast of his home.
有一大桑树，高5丈余，遥望之，彤彤如车盖。乡者云：此家必出贵人。玄德幼时，与乡中小儿戏于树下，曰：我为天子，当乘此车盖。叔父刘元起其言，曰：此儿非常人也。
There is a big mulberry tree, more than 5 feet high. Looking at it from a distance, children look like the hood of a car. The Prime Minister said, this family must have a noble man. When Xuanda was a child, he played with the children in the village under a tree and said, I am the emperor, so I should ride on this chariot. His uncle Lu Yuanqi was surprised by his words and said, this son very human.
因见玄德家贫，常资给之。年15岁，母使游学，常师事郑玄、卢植与公孙瓒等为友。及刘焉发榜招军时，玄德年已28岁矣。当日见了榜文，慨然长叹。
Seeing that Xuanda's family was poor, he often gave him money. When he was 15 years old, his mother sent him on a study tour, where he studied under Jing Xian and Lu Ji, and became friends with Gongsun Zan and others. By the time Lu Yen issued a notice to recruit troops, Xuanda was already 28 years old. When I saw the announcement that day, I sighed with emotion.
随后一人厉声言曰：大丈夫不与国家出力，何故长叹？玄德回视其人，身长8尺，豹头环眼，燕颔虎须，声若巨雷，势如奔马。玄德见他形貌异常，问其姓名。其人曰：
Then a man said sternly, Why do you sigh when a man doesn't contribute to the country? Xuanda looked back at the man, who was 8 feet long, with a leopard's head and eyes.
某姓张名飞，字翼德，世居涿郡，颇有庄田，卖酒屠猪，专好结交天下豪杰。恰才见公看榜而叹，故此相问。玄德曰：我本汉室宗亲，姓刘，名备。今闻黄巾倡乱。
A certain person's surname is Zhang Mingfei, whose given name is Ida. He lived in Zhuo County for a long time, owned quite a lot of land, sold wine and butchered pigs, and was good at making friends with the world's heroes. Just then I saw the public sighing after looking at the list, so I asked him. Xuanda said, I am a member of the Han Dynasty. My surname is Liu and my given name is Bei. Today I heard that the Yellow Turbans are promoting chaos.
有志欲破贼安民，恨力不能，故长叹耳。非曰：吾颇有资财，当招募乡勇，与公同举大事，如何？玄德甚喜，遂与同入村店中饮酒。正饮间，见一大汉推着一辆车子。
He has the ambition to destroy thieves and bring peace to the people, but he is unable to do so, so he sighs. Fei said, I have quite a lot of money. How about recruiting brave men from the countryside to do great things together with the public? Xuanda was very happy, so he went into the village shop with his companions to drink. In the drinking room, he saw a big man pushing a cart.
到店门首歇了，入店坐下，便唤酒保，快斟酒来吃，我待赶入城去投军。玄德看其人，身长9尺，髯长2尺，面如重枣，唇若涂脂，丹凤眼，卧蚕眉，相貌堂堂，威风凛凛。
After resting in front of the shop, he sat down and called the bartender, Hurry and pour some wine. I will rush into the city to join the army.
玄德就邀他同坐，叩其姓名。其人曰：吾姓关，名羽，字长生，后改云长，河东解良人也。因本初是好以是陵人，被吾杀了，逃难江湖5、6年矣。今闻此处招军破贼。
Xuanda invited him to sit with him and called him by name. The man said, My surname is Guan Mingyu, my given name is Changsheng, later changed to Yunchang, and I am a good man from Hedong. Because I was a powerful man and relied on my power to dominate others, I killed him and I fled the rivers and lakes for 5 or 6 years. Now I heard that there was a recruitment here. The army defeats thieves.
特来应募。玄德遂以己志告之，云长大喜。同到张飞庄上，共议大事。飞曰：吾庄后有一桃园，花开正盛，明日当于园中祭告天地，我3人结为兄弟，协力同心。
Came here to apply. Xuanda then told him his ambition, and Yunchang was very happy. We went to Zhang Fei's village to discuss important matters together. Fei said, There is a peach garden behind my village, and the flowers are in full bloom. Tomorrow we will offer sacrifices to heaven and earth in the garden, and the 3 of us will marry. As brothers, we work together.
然后可图大事。玄德、云长齐声应曰：如此甚好。次日，于桃园中备下乌牛白马祭礼等项，3人焚香，再拜而说是曰：念刘备、关羽、张飞，虽然异姓，既结为兄弟。
Then big things can happen. Xuanda and Yunchang responded in unison, That's very good. The next day, in the peach garden, a black ox and a white horse ceremony was prepared. The 3 of them burned incense and bowed before saying an oath, I remember Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Although they have different surnames, they have become brothers.
则同心协力，救困扶危，上保国家，下安黎庶。不求同年同月同日生，只愿同年同月同日死。皇天厚土，实践此心，备义忘恩，天人共戮。是必拜玄德为兄，关羽次之。
Then work together to rescue the poor and help the people in danger, report to the country and protect the common people. I don't want to be born in the same year, the same month and the same day. I just want to die in the same year, the same month and the same day. Emperors, queens, and queens learn from this fact that they are treacherous and ungrateful, and both heaven and man are killed. After the oath, I worshipped Xuanda as my elder brother, followed by Guan Yu.
张飞为帝，既罢天地，复宰牛舍酒，聚乡中勇士得300余人，就桃园中痛饮一醉。来日收拾军器，但恨无马匹可乘。正思虑间，人报有2个客人，饮一伙半当，赶一群马。
Zhang Fei is his younger brother. After offering sacrifices to heaven and earth, they slaughtered the cattle again and made wine. They gathered the warriors from the village and gathered more than 300 people. They drank deeply in the peach garden and got drunk. I will pack up my weapons in the future, but I regret that I will have no horses to ride on. While he was thinking about it, he reported that he had 2 guests, leading a companion to drive a herd of horses.
头装上来。玄德曰：“此天佑我也。”3人出庄迎接。原来2客乃中山大商，一名张世平，一名苏双，每年往北贩马，尽因扣发而回。玄德请2人到庄，置酒管待。
Come to the bank. Xuanda said, God bless me. The 3 of them came out of the village to greet him. It turned out that the 2 customers were big businessmen in Zhongshan, one Zhang Shiping and the other Su Shuang. They went north every year to sell horses, but they recently returned due to the invasion of Japan. Xuanda invited the 2 of them to the village and set up a wine steward.
诉说欲讨贼安民之意。2客大喜，愿将良马50匹相送，又赠金银500两。冰铁1000斤，以资器用。玄德谢别2客，便命良将打造双股剑，云长造青龙偃月刀。
Tell the story of wanting to bring peace to the people. The 2 guests were overjoyed and wanted to give each other 50 good horses, 500 taels of gold and silver, and 1,000 kilograms of iron for use as utensils. Xuanda thanked the 2 guests and ordered a good craftsman to make a double sword. Yun Chang made the Qinglong Yanhua sword.
又名冷艳锯，重82斤。张飞造杖8点钢矛，各置全身铠甲，共聚乡勇500余人来见邹靖。邹靖引荐太守刘焉，3人参见毕，各通姓名。玄德说起宗派，刘焉大喜。
Also known as the Lengyan saw, it weighs 82 pounds. Zhang Fei made an 8-point steel spear. Each wears full body armor.
遂任玄德为职。不数日，人报黄巾贼江城远至，统兵5万来犯涿郡。刘焉令邹靖引玄德等3人，统兵500前去破敌。玄德等欣然领军前进，直至大兴山下，与贼相见。
Then he recognized Xuanda as his nephew. Within a few days, people reported that the yellow-turban general Qing Yuanji had led an army of 50,000 to invade Zhujian. Lu Yan ordered Zhou Jing to lead Xuanda and 3 other men with 500 troops to defeat the enemy. Xuanda and others happily led the army forward until they met the thieves at the foot of Daxing Mountain.
贼众皆披发，以黄金没额。当下2军相对，玄德出马，左有云长，右有翼德，扬鞭大骂：“反国逆贼，何不早降！”程远之大怒，遣副将邓茂出战。张飞挺杖8蛇矛直出，手齐楚。
The thieves all wore their hair disheveled and wiped their foreheads with yellow scarves. At the moment the two armies were facing each other, Xuanda came out with Yun Chang on the left and Ida on the right. He raised his whip and shouted, "Rebellious traitors, why don't you surrender early?" Qing Yuanji was furious and sent his deputy Deng Mao to fight. Zhang Fei stretched out his 8-foot-long snake spear and raised his hand.
刺中邓茂心窝，翻身落马。程远志箭折了邓茂，拍马舞刀，直取张飞。云长舞动大刀，纵马飞迎。程远志见了，早吃一惊，措手不及，被云长刀齐楚，挥为两段。
He stabbed Deng Mao in the heart and fell from his horse. When Qing Yuanji saw that Deng Mao had been defeated, he slapped his horse and wielded his sword to capture Zhang Fei. Yun Chang waved his sword and rode his horse to meet him. When Qing Yuanji saw it, he was taken aback and was caught off guard. Yun Chang's sword started and was slashed into 2 pieces.
后人有诗赞二人曰：“英雄录影在今朝，一是毛兮一是刀。初出便将威力斩，3分毫把姓名标。众贼见程远志被斩，皆倒戈而走。玄德挥军追赶。”
Later generations wrote a poem praising the two of them, saying, "The hero Lu Ying is now testing her spear and her sword. Show your power when you first come out, mark your name with 3 points." When all the thieves saw that Qing Yuanji was beheaded, they all turned their sides and ran away. Xuanda sent his troops to pursue him.
投降者不计其数，大胜而回。刘焉亲自迎接，赏劳军士。次日，接得青州太守公景牒文，言黄巾贼围城江县，起次救援。刘焉与玄德商议，玄德曰：“备愿往救之。”
Countless people surrendered and came back victorious. Lu Yan personally greeted him and rewarded the sergeant for his service. The next day, I received a letter from Gong Jing, the prefect of Qingzhou, saying that the yellow turban bandits would besiege the city and begging for rescue. Lu Yan discussed with Xuanda. Xuanda said,
刘焉令邹靖将兵5000，同玄德、关、张投青州来。贼众见救军至，分兵混战。玄德兵寡不胜，退30里下寨。玄德谓关、张曰：“贼众我寡，必出奇兵，方可取胜。”
Lu Yan ordered Zhou Jing to send 5,000 troops to Qingzhou together with Xuanda, Guan, and Zhang. When the thieves saw the rescue force arriving, they divided their forces and fought in melee. Xuanda was outnumbered and retreated 30 miles to the stronghold. Xuanda said to Guan and Zhang, "There are many thieves, but we are few. We must use surprising troops to win."
乃分关公引1000军伏山左，张飞引1000军伏山右，鸣金为号，齐出接应。次日，玄德与邹靖引军鼓噪而进，贼众迎战，玄德引军便退，贼众乘势追赶，方过山岭。
Then he divided Guangdong and led 1,000 troops to the left side of the mountain, and Zhang Fei led 1,000 troops to the right side of the mountain. They called the gold number and all went out to respond. The next day, Xuanda and Zhou Jing led the army to advance with great fanfare. The thieves fought, Xuanda led the army and retreated. The thieves took advantage of the situation to catch up and cross the mountains.
玄德军中一骑鸣金，左右两军齐出，玄德魔军回身复杀。3路夹攻，贼众大溃，只赶至青州城下，太守公景亦率民兵出城助战，贼势大败，剿戮极多，遂解青州之围。
Xuanda's army all rang gold, and the left and right armies came out simultaneously. Schwanda's army turned around and killed again. Attacked from 3 directions, the thieves were defeated. Rushing straight to Qingzhou city, the prefect Gong Jing also led the militia out of the city to help in the battle. The thieves were defeated, many were killed, and the siege of Qingzhou was lifted.
后人有诗赞玄德曰：“运筹决算有神功，二虎还须训一龙。初出便能垂尾髻，自应分鼎在孤穹。公瑾靠军壁，邹靖欲回。”玄德曰
Later generations wrote a poem praising Schwanda, saying, "There is a magical power in planning and final calculation. 2 tigers must be inferior to 1 dragon. You can achieve great achievements when you first come out, so you should be divided into guqiong." After Gong Jing rewarded his troops, Zhou Jing wanted to return. Schwanda said,
晋文中郎将卢植与贼首张角战于广宗，被西曾失事卢植，欲往助之。于是邹靖引军自回，玄德与关张引本部500人投广宗来，至卢植军中，入帐施礼，俱道来意。
Recently I heard that Zhonglang's general Lu Ji was fighting with the thief Zhang Zhang in Guangzhou. I had studied with Lu Ji in the past and wanted to help him. So Zhou Jing led the army back, and Schwanda, Guan and Zhang led 500 people from their headquarters to go to Guangzhou. When they arrived at Lu Ji's army, they entered the tent and saluted, with the purpose of coming.
卢植大喜，留在帐前听调。时张角贼众15万，执兵5万，相聚于广宗，未见胜负。直谓玄德曰：“我今为贼在此，贼弟张良、张宝在颍川，与黄甫松、朱俊对垒。”
Lu Ji was overjoyed and stayed in front of the tent to listen. At that time, there were 150,000 Zhangjia rebels and 50,000 troops. They resisted Guangzhou and there was no victory or defeat. Ji said to Schwanda, "I am surrounding the bandits here." The bandits' younger brothers Zhang Liang and Zhang Bao are in Yingchuan, facing off against Huangfu Song and Zhu Jun.
汝可引本部人马，我更助汝1000官军，前去颍川打探消息，约期剿捕。玄德领命，引军星夜投颍川来。时黄甫松、朱俊领军拒贼，贼战不利，退入长社，依草结营。
You can lead your troops, and I will help you with 1,000 officers and soldiers to go to Yingchuan to inquire about the news and make an appointment to arrest them. Schwanda accepted the order and led the army to Yingchuan at night. At that time, Huangfu Song and Zhu Jun led the army to resist the thieves. The thieves' battle was unfavorable, so they retreated to Changxi and formed a camp based on grass.
松与俊计曰：“贼依草结营，当用火攻之。”遂令军士每人束草1把，暗地埋伏。其夜大风忽起，2更以后，一齐纵火。松与俊各引兵攻击贼寨，火焰张天，贼众惊慌。
Song and Junji said, "The thieves have formed a camp based on grass, and we should attack them with fire." Then he ordered the sergeants to each bundle a handful of grass and ambush them secretly. That night a strong wind suddenly came up. After the second watch, they set fire to each other. Song and Jun each led their troops to attack the bandits' stronghold. The flames spread to the sky and the bandits were panicked.
马不及鞍，人不及甲，四散奔走。杀到天明，张良、张宝引败残军士夺路而走。忽见一彪军马，尽打红旗，当头来到，截住去路。为首闪出一将，身长7尺，细眼长髯。
The horses were no longer strong enough for their saddles, and the men were no longer strong enough for their armor, and they were scattered in all directions. After fighting until dawn, Zhang Liang and Zhang Bao defeated the remaining soldiers and fled. Suddenly I saw a group of soldiers and horses, all flying red flags, coming at the head and blocking the way. A general flashed out at the head, 7 feet long, with thin eyes and a long beard.
官拜其都尉，沛国谯郡人也，姓曹，名操，字孟德。操父曹嵩，本姓夏侯氏，因为中常侍曹腾之养子，故冒姓曹。曹嵩生操，小字阿瞒，艺名吉利。操幼时，好游猎，喜歌舞。
His official title is cavalry captain, and he is from Chaojun, Pei State. His surname is Chao, his given name is Chao, and his given name is Mengda. Chao Song, Chao's father, whose real surname was Xiaoho, assumed the surname Chao because he was the adopted son of Chao Teng, who served as a regular servant. Chao Song was born in Chao, whose nickname is Ma, and his last name is auspicious. When Chao Chao was young, he loved hunting, singing, and dancing.
有权谋，多机变。操有叔父，见操游荡无度，常怒之，言于曹嵩。嵩则操。操忽心生一计，见叔父来，诈倒于地，作中风之状。叔父经告嵩，嵩即视之。操故无恙。嵩曰
Powerful and resourceful. Chao had an uncle who was angry when he saw Chao wandering around and told Chao Song. Song blames Chao. Chao suddenly hatched a plan. When he saw his uncle coming, he fell to the ground as if he had a stroke. His uncle told Song in surprise, and Song looked at him anxiously. It's okay. Song said.
叔言汝中风，今已愈乎？操曰：儿自来无此病，因失爱于叔父，故见亡耳。嵩信其言。后叔父但言操过，嵩并不听，因此操的恣意放荡。时人有乔玄者，谓操曰：天下将乱。
Uncle said that you had a stroke. Have you recovered now? Chao Chao said, My son has never had this disease. Because he fell out of love with his uncle, he is blind to his ears. Song believed his words. Later his uncle told Chao Chao, but Song did not listen. Therefore, Chao became wanton and dissolute. At that time, there was Chao Xian, who said to Chao, The world will be in chaos.
非命世之才不能济，能安之者，其在君乎？南阳何于见操，言汉室将亡，安天下者，必此人也。汝南许绍，有知人之名。操往见之，问曰：我何如人？绍不答。又问，绍曰：
It can't be helped without the talents of the world. Whoever can be at peace is with you. He
子治世之能臣，乱世之奸雄也。操闻言大喜，年20，举孝廉为郎，除洛阳北部尉。初到任，即设五色棒10余条于县之4门，有犯禁者，不必豪贵，皆责之。
The son is a capable minister in governing the world, and he is also a traitor in troubled times. Chao Chao was overjoyed when he heard this. At the age of 20, he was promoted to be a filial and honest man, except for the northern captain of Luoyang. When he first took office, he set up more than 10 5-colored sticks at the 4 gates of the county. Anyone who violated the prohibition and did not avoid the rich and nobles would be punished. Of
中常侍简硕之书，提刀夜行，操巡夜拿住，就棒责之。由是 内外莫敢犯者，威名颇振。后为顿丘令，因黄巾起，拜为其都尉，引马步军5000前来颍川助战。正值张良
Jian Shua's uncle, who often served in the palace, went out at night with a knife in his hand. When he was patrolling at night, he caught it and punished him with a stick. Therefore, no one inside or outside dares to offend, and his reputation is quite impressive. Later, he was ordered by Duanxiu. Because of the yellow turbans, he was worshipped as the cavalry commander and led 5,000 horse and infantry troops to Yingchuan to help in the battle. At the time of Zhang Liang,
张宝败走，曹操拦住，大杀一阵，斩首万余级，夺得旗幡、金鼓、马匹极多。张良、张宝死战的拓。操见过黄甫松、朱俊，随即引兵追袭张良、张宝去了。却说玄德引关，
Zhang Bao was defeated and fled, but Cao Cao stopped him and killed him, beheading more than 10,000 people, and captured flags, golden drums, and many horses. Zhang Liang and Zhang Bao fought to the death and escaped.
张来颍川，听得喊杀之声，又望见火光烛天，即引兵来时，贼已败散。玄德见黄甫松、朱俊俱到卢植之意。松曰：张良、张宝是穷力伐，必投广宗去依张角。
When Zhang came to Yingchuan, he heard the shouts of killing and saw the flames burning in the sky. When he hurriedly led his troops to come, the thieves had already been defeated. Xuanda met Huangfu Song and Zhu Jun and thought of Lu Ji. Song said, Zhang Liang and Zhang Bao are so weak that they must join Guangzong and follow Zhang Jiao.
玄德可及星夜往助。玄德领命，遂引兵复回。到得半路，只见一簇军马护送一辆箭车，车中之囚乃卢植也。玄德大惊，滚鞍下马，问其缘故。植曰：我为张角，将刺可破。
Xuanda can go to help at Starry Night. Xuanda accepted the order and led his troops back. Halfway there, he saw a group of military horses escorting a carriage. The prisoner in the carriage was Lu Ji. Xuanda was shocked, rolled his saddle and dismounted, and asked why. Ji said, I will encircle the corner, and the general will be able to break it.
因角用妖术，未能及胜。朝廷插黄门左峰前来体探，问我索取贿赂。我答曰：军粮尚缺，安有余钱奉承天使？左峰邪恨，回奏朝廷，说我高垒不战，惰慢军心。
Because the horns used sorcery, they could not win immediately. The imperial court sent Huang Menzuofeng to come to investigate and asked me for a bribe. I replied, there is still a shortage of military rations. How can I have enough money to flatter the angels? Zuofeng responded with hatred to the court, saying that I was too lazy to fight because I was too lazy to fight.
因此朝廷震怒，遣中郎将董卓来代将我兵，取我回京问罪。张飞听罢，大怒，要斩护送军人，以救卢植。玄德即止之曰：朝廷自有公论，汝岂可造次？军士簇拥卢植去了。
Therefore, the imperial court was furious and sent General Dongjua to take my place and take me back to the capital for questioning. After Zhang Fei heard this, he was furious and wanted to kill the escorting soldiers to save Lu Ji. Xuanda stopped urgently and said, the imperial court has its own public opinion. How can you make a mistake? The sergeants surrounded Lu Ji and went away.
关公曰：卢中郎已被逮，别人领兵，我等去无所依，不如且回涿郡。 玄德从其言，遂引军北行。行无2日，忽闻山后喊声大震。玄德引关，张纵马上高冈望之，见汉军大败。
Guangong said, Lu Zhonglang has been arrested, and others are leading the army. We have nowhere to go, so we might as well go back to Zhujuan. Xuanda followed his words and led the army northward. After walking for only 2 days, I suddenly heard a loud shout from behind the mountain. Xuanda led the pass, and Zhang Zong immediately went to Gaogang to look at it, and saw that the Han army was defeated.
后面漫山塞野，黄金盖地而来，其上大书天公将军。玄德曰：此张角也，可速战。3人飞马引军而出。张角正杀败董卓，乘势复来，忽遇3人冲杀，绝军大乱。
Behind them are mountains and wild fields, covered with yellow scarves, and the banner reads, General Tiangong. Xuanda said, This is a great way to open your horns. You can fight quickly. The 3 men led the troops out on flying horses. Zhang Jiaojing defeated Dong Zhuo and took advantage of the situation to come forward. Suddenly, 3 men rushed to kill him, and Zhao's army was in chaos.
败走50余里，3人救了董卓回寨。卓问3人现居何职？玄德曰：白身。卓甚轻之，不为礼。玄德出，张飞大怒曰：我等亲赴血战，救了这厮，他却如此无礼，若不杀之。
Lost more than 50 miles. The 3 of them rescued Dong Zhuo and returned to the stronghold. Zhuo asked the 3 of them what their current positions were. Xuanda said, White body. Zhuo was so disrespectful. When Xuanda came out, Zhang Fei was furious and said, We personally went to the bloody battle to save this guy, but he was so rude. If we don't kill him, he will be so rude.
难消我气，便要提刀入帐来杀董卓。正是人情势利古犹今，谁识英雄是白身？安得快人如易得，尽诸事上负心人。毕竟董卓性命如何，且听下文分解。
It's hard to get rid of my anger. I want to bring my sword into the account to kill Dong Zhuo. It is exactly. People's snobbery is still in ancient times. Who knows that a hero is a white body? A quick man is as virtuous as a wing, and he will kill all the heartless people in the world. After all, what is Dong Zhuo's life? And listen to the breakdown below.
第2回，张翼德怒鞭督邮，何国舅谋诛幻术。且说董卓字仲颖，陇西临洮人也，官拜河东太守，自来骄傲。当日怠慢了玄德，张飞兴发，便欲杀之。
Chapter 2 Zhang Ida angrily whipped the postal supervisor, and Uncle Higuo planned to kill the eunuch. Let's say that Dong Zhuo, courtesy named Zhongying, was from Lintao in the west of Longxi province.
玄德与关公急止之曰：他是朝廷命官，岂可擅杀？飞曰：若不杀这厮，反要在他部下听令，其实不甘。二兄要便住在此，我自投别处去也。玄德曰：我3人一同生死。
Xuanda and Guangong stopped and said, He is an official of the imperial court. How can he kill without permission? Fei said, If I don't kill this guy, I will obey his orders instead. I won't accept it. My second brother wants to live here. I go somewhere else. Xuanda said, The 3 of us share life and death.
岂可相离？不若都投别处去便了。飞曰：若如此，稍解无恨。 于是三人连夜引军来投朱俊。俊待之甚厚，合兵一处，进讨张宝。是时曹操自跟黄甫松讨张良。
How can we be separated? It would be better if they all went elsewhere. Fei said, If this is the case, it will ease my hatred a little. So the three of them led their troops to Zhu Jun overnight. Jun treated him well and joined forces to attack Zhang Bao. At that time, Cao Cao and Huangfu Song attacked Zhang Liang.
大战于曲阳，这里朱俊进攻张宝，张宝引贼众8、9万，屯于山后。郡令玄德为其先锋，与贼对离。张宝遣副将高升出马槧战，玄德使张飞击之，飞纵马挺矛，与生交战。
The battle took place in Xuyang. Here Zhu Jun attacks Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao led 80,000 to 90,000 thieves and stationed them behind the mountain. Jun ordered Xuanda to be his vanguard and fight against the thieves. Zhang Bao sent his deputy, Gao Sheng, to mount a fight, and Xuanda sent Zhang Fei to attack him. Fei flew his horse, raised his spear, and fought with Sheng.
不数合，次生落马。玄德挥军直冲过去，张宝就马上披发仗剑，坐起腰法。只见风雷大作，一股黑气从天而降，黑气中似有无限人马杀来。玄德连忙回军，军中大乱。
Without counting, the thorn rises and the horse falls. Xuanda's troops rushed over. Zhang Bao immediately wore his hair and sword, and began to perform magic tricks. I saw wind and thunder, and a black air fell from the sky.
败阵而归，与朱俊计议。俊曰：“彼用妖术，我来日可宰猪羊狗血，令军士伏于山头，后贼赶来，从高坡上泼之，其法可解。”玄德听令，拨关公、张飞各引军1000。
After being defeated, he returned and discussed with Zhu Jun. Jun said, He is using sorcery. I will kill the blood of pigs, sheep and dogs in the future, and order the soldiers to lie down on the top of the mountain. Wait for the thieves to come, and pour them from the high slope. The method
伏于山后高冈之上，盛猪羊狗血，并会务准备。次日，张宝摇旗擂鼓，引军搦战，玄德出营。交锋之际，张宝做法，风雷大作，飞沙走石，黑气漫天，滚滚人马自天而下。
Lie down on the high hill behind the mountain and prepare the blood of pigs, sheep, dogs, and filth. The next day, Zhang Bao waved flags and beat drums, leading the army to fight, and Xuanda came out to meet him. At the time of the confrontation, Zhang Bao's tactics caused strong winds and thunder, flying sand and rocks, black air filling the sky, billowing people and horses, and falling from the sky.
玄德拨马便走，张宝驱兵赶来。将过山头，关张伏军放起号炮，会舞齐坡。但见空中纸人草马纷纷坠地，风雷顿息，霎时不飞。张宝见解了法，急欲退军。左关公
Xuanda turned his horse and left, but Zhang Bao came with his troops. When they were about to pass the top of the mountain, Guan and Zhang Fujuan fired their cannons and poured out filth. But I saw paper figures and straw horses falling to the ground one after another in the air. The wind and thunder stopped, and the sand and gravel stopped flying. Zhang Bao understood the Dharma and was eager to retreat. Zhuo Guan Gong.
右张飞两军都出，背后玄德、朱俊一起赶上，贼兵大败。玄德望见地公将军旗号，飞马赶来，张宝落荒而走。玄德发剑，中其左臂。 张宝带剑逃脱，走入阳城，坚守不出。
Zhang Fei on the right, both armies came out, Xuanda and Zhu Jun caught up behind him, and the bandits were defeated. When Xuanda saw the banner of General Di Gong, he came on Pegasus, but Zhang Bao fled away. Xuanda fired an arrow and hit his left arm. Zhang Bao escaped with an arrow and walked into Yangqing, unable to escape.
朱俊引兵围住阳城攻打，一面差人打探黄甫松消息。探子回报，据说黄甫松大获圣捷，朝廷以董卓屡败，命松代之。松到时，张角已死，张良统其众，与我军相拒。
Zhu Jun led his troops to surround Yangqing and attack, and at the same time sent people to inquire about Huangfu Song. The spies reported back and said, Huangfu Song won a great victory. The imperial court ordered Song to replace Dong Zhuo because of his repeated defeats. When Song arrived, Zhang Jiao was dead. Zhang Liang led his troops and refused to fight with our army.
被黄甫松连胜7阵，斩张良于曲阳，发张角之官，陆师枭首，送往京师。余众俱降。朝廷加黄甫松为车骑将军，领冀州牧。黄甫松又表奏卢植有功无罪。
Huangfu Song defeated Zhang Liang in 7 battles in a row and killed him in Xuyang. A coffin with Zhang Jiao was distributed, the corpse was killed and the head was taken, and sent to the capital. The rest of the people surrendered.
朝廷复卢植元官，曹操亦已有功，除济南相，即日将班师赴任。朱俊听说，催促军马，悉力攻打阳城。贼势危急，贼将严正刺杀张宝，献首投降。朱俊遂平数郡，上表献捷。
The imperial court restored Lu Ziyuan to the official position. Cao Cao also used his meritorious service to remove the prime minister of Jinan and send his troops to take office immediately. When Zhu Jun heard about it, he urged his troops and horses to attack Yangqing with all his strength. The thieves were in danger, and the thieves' general Yan Zheng assassinated Zhang Bao and surrendered. Zhu Jun then tied the number of counties and expressed his victory.
时有黄巾余党3人，赵弘、韩忠、孙仲聚众数万，望风烧节，称与张角报仇。朝廷命朱俊即以得胜之师讨之。俊奉诏，率军前进。时贼据宛城，俊引兵攻之。
At that time, 3 remaining members of the Yellow Turban Party, Zhao Hong, Han Zhong, and Sun Zhong gathered tens of thousands of people to watch the catastrophe and claim revenge against Zhang Jiao. The imperial court ordered Zhu Jun to attack him immediately with the victorious army. Jun followed the imperial edict and led his army forward. At that time, the thieves occupied Wancheng, and Jun led his troops to attack it.
赵弘遣韩忠出战，郡遣玄德、关、张公城西南角。韩忠尽率精锐之众来西南角抵敌。朱俊自纵铁骑2000，径取东北角。贼恐失城，急弃西南面回。玄德从背后掩杀。
Zhao Hong sent Han Zhong to fight. Jun sent Xuanda, Guan and Zhang to attack the southwest corner of the city. Han Zhong led all his elite troops to the southwest corner to resist the enemy. Zhu Jun commanded 2,000 iron cavalry and headed towards the northeast corner. The thieves were afraid of losing the city, so they hurriedly abandoned the southwest and returned. Xuanda killed him from behind.
贼众大败，奔入宛城。朱俊分兵四面围定，城中断粮，韩忠使人出城投降。 俊不学。玄德曰：昔高祖之得天下，盖未能招降纳顺，公何惧韩中也？俊曰：彼时。
The thieves were defeated and rushed into Wancheng. Zhu Jun divided his troops and surrounded him on all sides. The city was short of food, so Han Zhong sent people out of the city to surrender. Jun doesn't allow it. Xuanda said, in the past, when Emperor Gaozu conquered the world, he was able to recruit surrender and accept obedience. Why did you?
此一时也。昔秦相之际，天下大乱，民无定主，故招降赏赋，以劝来耳。今海内一统，为黄巾造反，若容其降，无以劝善。使贼得利，自意劫掠，失利便投降，此掌寇之志。
This is the moment. During the reign of Xiang in the past Qin dynasty, the world was in great chaos and the people had no definite leader, so they summoned surrender, rewards and attachments to persuade them to come. Now the sea is unified, but the yellow turbans are rebelling. If they are allowed to surrender, there will be no way to encourage good.
非良策也。玄德曰：不容寇将事矣。今四面围如铁桶，贼起降不得，必然死战。万人一心，尚不可当，况城中有数万死命之人乎？不若撤去东南，独攻西北，贼必弃城而走。
Not a good idea. Xuanda said, we cannot allow the enemy to surrender. Now surrounded by iron barrels, the thieves cannot beg for surrender and will fight to the death. Tens of thousands of people are united as one, which is not enough.
无心恋战，可及秦也。俊然之，遂撤东南二面军马，一齐攻打西北。韩中国引军弃城而奔。俊与玄德、关、张率三军掩杀，射死韩忠，余皆四散奔走。正追赶间，赵弘。
If you have no intention of fighting, you can capture him immediately. Jun Ranji then withdrew his two armies from the southeast and attacked the northwest together. Han Zhonghua led his troops to abandon the city and run away. Jun, Xuanda, Guan, and Zhang led the three armies to cover up the attack and shot Han Zhong to death. The rest were scattered. While chasing, Zhao Hong.
孙仲引贼众到，与俊交战。俊见洪势大，引军暂退。洪乘势复夺宛城。俊离10里下寨，方欲攻打，忽见正东一彪人马到来，为首一将，生得广额阔面，虎体熊腰。
Sun Zhong led the thieves to fight with Jun. Seeing the great momentum, Jun led his troops to retreat temporarily. Hong took advantage of the situation to recapture Wancheng. Jun left 10 miles away and went to the village. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly saw a group of men and horses coming due east. The first general was born with a broad forehead and a broad face, a tiger body and a bare waist.
吴郡富春人也，姓孙，名坚，字文台，乃孙武子之后。年17岁时，与父至钱塘，见海贼10余人，劫取商人财物，于岸上分赃。坚谓父曰：此贼可擒也。遂奋力提刀上岸。
He was a native of Fuchun, Wu County. His surname was Sun, his given name was Jian, and his courtesy name was Wentai. He was the descendant of Sun Wuzi. When he was 17 years old, he went to Qiantang with his father and saw more than 10 pirates who robbed merchants of their property and divided the spoils on the shore. Jian said to his father, "This thief can be captured." Then he struggled to pick up the knife and go ashore.
扬声大叫，东西指挥，如唤人状。 贼以为官兵至，尽弃财物奔走，兼赶上，杀一贼，由是郡县之名，建为校尉。后会稽邀贼许昌造反，自称阳明皇帝，聚众数万。
He raised his voice and shouted, directing things from east to west, as if calling someone. The thieves thought that officers and soldiers were coming, so they abandoned their belongings and ran away. Jian catches up and kills a thief. Because he was well known in the county, he was recommended as a school captain. Later, the demon thief Xuchang of Kuaiji rebelled, calling himself Emperor Yangming, and gathering tens of thousands of people.
兼与郡司马招募勇士1000余人，会河州郡破之，斩许昌并其子许韶。刺史臧民上表奏其功，除监卫盐渎城，又除盱眙城、下邳城。今见黄金寇起。
Jian and the commander-in-chief recruited more than 1,000 warriors, joined the prefectures and counties to defeat them, and beheaded Xuchang and his son Su Shao.
聚集乡中少年及诸商旅，并怀泗精兵1500余人前来接应。诸郡大喜，便令监攻打南门，玄德打北门，诸郡打西门，留东门与贼走。孙坚首先登城。
Gathered young men and merchants from the countryside, as well as more than 1,500 elite soldiers from Huaixi, to come to the rescue. Zhu Jun was overjoyed and ordered Jian to attack the south gate, Xuanda to attack the north gate, Zhu Jun to attack the west gate, and leave the east gate with the thieves. Sun Jian ascended the city first.
斩贼20余人，贼众崩溃。赵弘飞马突硕，直取孙坚。坚从城上飞身夺洪硕，刺洪下马，却骑红马飞身往来杀贼。孙仲引贼突出北门，正迎玄德，无心恋战，只待奔逃。
More than 20 thieves were killed, and the thieves fled. Zhao Hong's flying horse suddenly jumped out and took Sun Jian directly. Jian flew from the city to seize Hong's tree and stabbed Hong off his horse, but he rode Hong's horse and flew back and forth to kill the thieves. Sun Zhong led the thieves to protrude from the north gate and were facing Xuanda.
玄德张弓一箭，正中孙仲，翻身落马。诸郡大军随后掩杀，斩首数万级，降者不可胜计。南阳一路10数郡皆平。郡班师回京，诏封为车骑将军、河南尹。郡表奏孙坚。
Xuanda drew his bow and shot an arrow, which hit Sun Zhong in the middle, causing him to fall from his horse. Zhu Jun's army then covered up the massacre, beheading tens of thousands of people, and those who surrendered were hopeless. Along the way to Nanyang, more than 10 counties are all flat. The Jun squadron returned to Beijing and was granted the title of chariot and cavalry general, Hunan Yin.
刘备等功，兼有人情，除别郡司马上任去了。韦玄德听后日久，不得除授，3人郁郁不乐，上街闲行，正值郎中张军车到。玄德见之，自陈公计。军大惊，遂入朝见帝曰：
Liu Bei and other meritorious deeds. Jian Renren, except for other counties, was immediately appointed. However, Xuanda waited for a long time and could not get rid of the order. The 3 of them were unhappy and went for a leisurely walk on the street. Just as the Dr. Zhang Jun's car arrived. When Xuanda saw it, he reported his achievements. Jun was shocked and went into the court to see the emperor and said,
西黄巾造反，其源皆由时常是卖官鬻爵，非亲不用，非仇不诛，以致天下大乱。今已斩时常侍，悬首南郊，遣使者布告天下，有功者重加赏赐， 则四海自清平也。
In the past, when the Yellow Turbans rebelled, they were all led by Shi Chang's attendants selling officials and titles. They would not use them unless they were relatives, and they would not punish them unless they were enemies, which led to great chaos in the world. Today it is appropriate to kill 10 regular servants, hang their heads in the southern suburbs, and send envoys to inform the world. Those who have meritorious services will be heavily rewarded, and then the world will be peaceful.
时常侍奏帝曰：“张君欺主。”帝令武士逐出张君。时常侍共议，此必破黄金有功者，不得除授，故生怨言。权且教省家权助威名，待后却在理会未晚。
Shi Chang's attendant told the emperor, Zhang Jun deceived the Lord. The emperor ordered the warriors to drive Zhang Jun away. The 10 regular servants discussed together, this will definitely break the Yellow Turban. Those who have made great achievements will not be removed from the award, so there will be complaints. It is not too late to teach the provincial family Quan to pay attention to the minor name later.
因此，玄德除授定州中山府安喜县尉，克日赴任。玄德将兵散回乡里，只带亲随20余人，与关张来安喜县中到任。属县是1月，与民秋毫无犯，民皆感化。
Therefore, Xuanda was awarded the title of Lieutenant of Anxi County, Zhongshan Prefecture, Dingzhou, and soon took office. Xuanda dispersed his troops back to his hometown, left his personal entourage with more than 20 people, and came to Anxi County with Guan and Zhang to take office. He was in charge of county affairs for 1 month, and he did not cause any harm to the people in autumn, and the people were all converted.
到任之后，与关张实则同桌，寝则同床。如玄德在仇人广作，关张势力终日不倦。到县未及4月，朝廷降诏，凡有军功为长吏者，当杀太。玄德一在浅中。
After taking office, he and Guan and Zhang shared the same table when eating and sleeping on the same bed. For example, Xuanda sits in a crowd of people, and Guan and Zhang stand and wait, untiring all day long. Before arriving in the county in April, the imperial court issued an edict that all those who had military merit and were senior officials should be eliminated. Xuanda is suspected of being dispatched.
是都邮刑部知县，玄德出郭迎接，见都邮失礼。都邮坐于马上，微微以鞭指回答。关张二公俱诺。即到馆驿，都邮南面高坐，玄德侍礼阶下。良久，都邮问曰：
When the postal department arrived at the county, Xuanda went out to greet him. When he saw the postal department, he saluted him. The governor sat on his horse and Wei Wei responded with his whip finger. Both Guan and Zhang were angry. When he arrived at the post office, the governor sat high on the south side, and Xuanda stood at the foot of the steps. After a long time, the governor asked,
刘县尉是何出身？玄德曰：备乃中山靖王之后，自涿郡剿戮黄巾，大小30余战，颇有威功，因得除金之。都邮大喝曰：汝诈称皇亲，虚报功绩。目今朝廷降诏。
Where did Lu Xianwei come from? Xuanda said, Bei is the queen of King Jing of Zhongshan. He fought against the Yellow Turbans from Zhuo County and fought in more than 30 battles. He performed quite a small job, so he was dismissed from his current post. The governor shouted loudly, You pretended to be a relative of the emperor and falsely claimed your achievements. Now the imperial court issued an edict.
正要杀太这等烂官污吏，玄德诺诺连声而退。归到县中， 与县吏商议。吏曰：都邮作威，无非要贿赂耳。玄德曰：我与民丘毫无犯，纳的财物与他。次日，都邮先提县吏去。
I am about to punish such abusive officials. Schwanda retreated with a loud voice. He returned to the county and discussed with the county officials. The officials said, the governor is trying to show his authority, just to bribe his ears. Schwanda said, I have no offense against Mincio, so how can I give him the property? The next day, the superintendent of posts first picked up the county officials.
勒令只称县遇害民。玄德几番自往求免，俱被门役阻住，不肯放参。却说张飞饮了数杯闷酒，乘马从馆驿前过，见50-60个老人皆在门前痛哭。飞问其故。
The order accused the county captain of harming the people. Schwanda went to ask for forgiveness several times, but was blocked by the door servants and refused to let go of the ginseng. But it was said that Zhang Fei drank several glasses of wine and rode past the post house. He saw 50 or 60 old people, all crying bitterly in front of the door. Fei asked why.
众老人答曰：都邮逼勒县吏遇害刘公，我等皆来苦告，不得放入，反遭把门人赶打。张飞大怒，睁圆环眼，咬碎钢牙，滚鞍下马，进入馆驿，把门人那里阻挡得住。
All the old men replied, the superintendent is forcing the county officials to harm Mr. Liu. We all came to complain, but we were not allowed to let him in. Instead, we were driven away and beaten by the gatekeepers. Zhang Fei was furious, opened his round eyes, and bit the steel to pieces. Yeah, roll your saddle and dismount, go straight into the post house, and try to stop the doormen.
直奔后堂，见都邮正坐厅上，将县吏绑倒在地。飞大喝：害民哉！认得我吗？都邮未及开言，早被张飞揪住头发，扯出馆驿，直到县前马桩上缚住，攀下柳条。
He went straight to the back hall and saw the governor sitting in the hall, tying the county official to the ground. Fei shouted, thieves who harm the people. Do you recognize me? Before the governor could say anything, Zhang Fei grabbed his hair and pulled him out of the post. He tied him to a horse post in front of the county and climbed down the wicker.
去都邮两腿上着力鞭打，一连打折柳条10数枝。玄德正纳闷间，听得县前喧闹，问左右，答曰：张将军绑一人在县前痛打。玄德忙去观之，见绑缚者乃都邮也。
He went to supervise the police and whipped his legs vigorously, breaking dozens of wicker sticks in succession. Schwanda was wondering when he heard the commotion in front of the county. He asked the people around him and replied, General Zhang tied up a man and beat him up in front of the county. Schwanda hurriedly went to watch and saw that the person who tied up was the postal supervisor.
玄德惊问其故，飞曰：此等害民贼，不打死等甚。都邮告曰：玄德公救我性命。玄德终是仁慈的人，即贺张飞助手。傍边转过关公来，曰：兄长见许多大功，仅得县尉。
Schwanda was surprised and asked why. Fei said, these thieves are harming the people. It would be worse if they didn't kill them.
今反被都邮侮辱，吾思只及从中，非其鸾凤之所，不如杀都邮，弃官归乡，别图远大之计。玄德乃取印绶，挂于都邮之颈，则之曰：拒辱害民，本当杀却，今孤扰汝命。
Today, I was insulted by the supervisor. I think that there is no place for a swan and a phoenix to live among the thorns and tangerines. It is better to kill the governor, abandon the official post and return home, instead of planning a far-reaching plan. Schwanda then took the seal ribbon and hung it on the governor's neck. He scolded him and said, "I have killed you for harming the people, but I will spare your life now."
五角还印绶，从此去矣。都邮归告定州太守，太守深闻省府，差人捕捉。玄德、关、张三人往代州投刘辉。辉见玄德乃汉室宗亲，留匿在家不提。
I will return the seal and ribbon and leave from now on. The governor returned and reported to the prefect of Dingzhou. The prefect Xinwen sent people to capture him. Schwanda, Guan, and Zhang went to Daizhou to surrender to Lu Hui. Hui saw that Schwanda was a clan member of the Han dynasty, so he stayed at home without mentioning anything.
却说时常侍既握重权，互相商议，但有不从己者，诛之。赵忠、张让差人问破黄金将士所金帛，不从者奏罢之。黄甫松、朱俊皆不肯与，赵忠等俱奏罢其官。
However, it is said that the 10 constant servants hold great power and discuss with each other. If anyone does not follow their own example, they will be punished. Zhao Zhong and Zhang Rang sent people to ask for gold and silk from the yellow-turbaned soldiers. Those who refused were dismissed from their posts. Huangfu Song and Zhu Jun both refused to agree, so Zhao Zhong and others dismissed him from office.
帝又封赵忠等为车骑将军，张让等13人皆封列侯。朝政愈坏，人民皆怨。于是长沙贼欧兴作乱，渔阳张举、张纯反，举称天子，纯称大将军，表彰雪片告急。
The emperor also made Zhao Zhong and others chariot and cavalry generals, and Zhang Rang and other 13 people were made marquises. The worse the government becomes, the more people will complain. So Chu Xing, a bandit in Changsha, rebelled. Zhang Ju and Zhang Chun in Yuyang rebelled. Ju was called the son of heaven, and Chu was called general. The snowflakes on the table are in danger.
时常侍皆藏匿不奏。一日，帝在后园与时常侍饮宴，见议大夫刘陶，竟到帝前大痛。帝问其过，陶曰：“天下危在旦夕，陛下尚自与阉宦共饮也。”帝曰：“国家承平。”
The 10 regular attendants all hid themselves and did not show up. One day, the emperor was having a banquet with Shi Chang in the back garden, admonishing the official Lu Tao, and went to the emperor to express his condolences. The emperor asked why. Tao said, "The world is in danger, your majesty still drink."
有何危急？陶曰：“四方盗贼并起，侵略州郡，其祸皆由时常侍卖官害民，欺君罔上。朝廷正人皆去，祸在目前矣。时常侍皆免官，跪伏于帝前曰：‘大臣不相容。’
What's the danger? Tao said, "Thieves from all directions have risen together and invaded the prefectures and counties. All the disasters were caused by the 10 constant servants selling their official positions to harm the people and deceiving the emperor. All the officials in the imperial court have gone, and the disaster is now." The 10 regular attendants all knelt before the emperor without their hats and said, "The ministers are incompatible."
臣等不能活矣，愿起性命归田里，尽将家产以助军资。言罢痛哭。帝怒谓陶曰：“汝家亦有进士之人，何独不容朕耶？”呼武士推出斩之。刘陶大呼：“臣死不息！”
I can't live. I wish to beg for my life and return to the fields, and use all my property to support the military. After saying this, he cried bitterly. The emperor angrily said to Tao, "You also have servants in your family. Why don't you tolerate me?" He called the warrior to push out and kill him. Lu Tao shouted, "I will not hesitate to die."
可怜汉室天下400余年，到此一旦休矣。武士拥逃出，方欲行刑。一大臣喝住曰：“勿得下手，待我见去。”众视之，乃司徒陈丹，竟入宫中来见帝曰：
It's a pity that the Han dynasty has been in power for more than 400 years, and it's over now. The warriors came out with Tao in their arms and were about to execute him. A minister stopped him and said, "Don't do anything. Wait for my advice." As everyone watched, it was Situ Chen Dan who walked into the palace to admonish the emperor and said,
刘建议得何罪而受诛？帝曰：毁谤近臣，冒渎朕功。丹曰：天下人民欲时时尝试之肉，陛下敬之如父母，身无寸功，皆封列侯，况封虚等结连黄金，欲为内乱。
For what crime did Lu Jiani get punished? The emperor said, "Slandering a close minister is disrespectful to me." Dan said, "The people of the world want to eat the meat of the 10 constant servants. Your Majesty respects them as their parents. They have no merit and are all granted the title of Marquis."
陛下今不自省，社稷利剑崩摧矣。帝曰：风虚作乱，其事不明。时常侍中，岂无1、2忠臣？陈丹以头撞阶而见。帝怒，命迁出，与刘陶皆下狱。是夜，时常侍即于狱中谋杀之。
If your Majesty does not reflect on himself, the country will soon be destroyed. The emperor said, Feng Zhen caused chaos, but the cause is unknown. Among the 10 constant servants, is there not 1 or 2 loyal ministers? Qin Dan remonstrated by banging his head on the steps. The emperor was angry and ordered him to be taken out, and he and Lu Tao were both thrown into prison. That night, Shi Chang's servants murdered him in prison.
假帝诏以孙坚为长沙太守，讨欧兴，不50日，报捷，江夏平。诏封坚为乌程侯，封刘虞为幽州牧，领兵往渔阳征张举、张纯。代州刘辉以书荐玄德见虞，虞大喜。
The fake emperor ordered Sun Jian to be the governor of Changsha, and he attacked District Star. Within 50 days, he reported victory and Jiangxia was peaceful, and he made Jian the Marquis of Wucheng. Confess Lu Yu as the shepherd of Yuzhou, and lead troops to Yuyang to conquer Zhangju and Zhangchun.
令玄德为都尉，引兵直抵贼巢，与贼大战数日，挫动锐气。张纯专议凶暴，士卒心变，帐下头目刺杀张纯，江头纳县率众来降。张举见事败，亦自缢死。渔阳尽平。
He made Schwanda the captain, led his troops to the robbers' nest, and fought with the robbers for several days, which dampened their morale. Zhang Chuanzhan was fierce and violent, and the soldiers' minds changed. The leader of his tent assassinated Zhang Chun, offered his head, and led his troops to surrender. Seeing that Zhang Ju was defeated, he also hanged himself. The fishing sun is flat.
刘虞表奏刘备大功，朝廷赦免边都邮之罪，除下密城，迁高堂尉。公孙瓒又表陈玄德前功，建为别部司马，守平原县令。玄德在平原颇有钱粮军马，重整旧日气象。
Liu Yu reported Liu Bei's great achievements, and the imperial court pardoned the crime of whipping the governor, removed Mi Cheng, and moved him to Gaotang Wei. Gong Sunzan also expressed Chen Xuanda's previous achievements and recommended him to be a commander of another department and guard the county magistrate of Pingyuan. Xuanda was in the plains and had a lot of money, food, troops, and horses, and was trying to restore the old atmosphere.
刘于平寇有功，封太尉。中平6年夏4月，灵帝病笃，赵大将军何进入宫，商议后事。那何进起身图家，因妹入宫为贵人，生皇子辩，遂立为皇后。进由是得权重任。
Liu Yu was awarded the title of Taiwei for his meritorious service against the bandits. In the summer of the 6th year of Zhongping, in April, Emperor Ling was seriously ill and summoned General He into the palace to discuss his funeral. Then Jin got up and slaughtered the family, because
帝又宠幸王美人，生皇子协。何后嫉妒，镇杀王美人。皇子协养于董太后宫中。董太后乃灵帝之母，谢独亭侯刘长之妻也。初因桓帝无子，迎立解独亭侯之子。
The emperor favored the beautiful Lady Wang and gave birth to his son Xie. Then he became jealous and poisoned the beautiful Lady Wang. The prince was raised in the palace of Empress Dowager Dong. Empress Dowager Dong was the mother of Emperor Ling and the wife of Liu Cheng, Marquis of Jiaduding.
是为灵帝。灵帝入继大统，遂迎养母侍于宫中，尊为太后。董太后常劝帝立皇子协为太子，帝亦偏爱协，欲立之。当时病笃，中常侍简硕奏曰：若欲立协，
It is for the Ling Emperor. When Emperor Ling succeeded to the throne, he welcomed his adoptive mother into the palace and honored her as the Queen Mother. Empress Dowager Dong tried to persuade the emperor to make Prince Xie the crown prince. The emperor also favored Xie and wanted to establish it.
必先诛何进，以绝后患。帝然其说，因宣进入宫。进至宫门，司马潘引谓进曰：不可入宫。简硕欲谋杀公。进大惊，即归私宅，召诸大臣，欲进诸宦官。座上一人挺身出曰：
He must be punished first to avoid future troubles. The emperor said so and entered the palace because of Xian. Entering the palace gate, Sima Pan Yin said to enter, You are not allowed to enter the palace. Jian Shua wanted to murder the duke. Jin was shocked and hurried back to his private house. He summoned all the ministers and wanted to kill the eunuchs. A man on the seat stepped forward and said,
宦官之事，岂自充？治之时，朝廷资蔓极广，安能尽诛？倘机不密，必有灭族之祸，请细详之。进视之，乃典军校尉曹操也。进斥曰：如小辈安知朝廷大事？正踌躇间，
The power of eunuchs arises from the moment of confrontation and confrontation. The imperial court spreads widely. How can it be executed? If the secret is not kept secret, there will be disaster of annihilation of the clan. Please elaborate. Jin looked at it, and it was Cao Cao, the captain of the Dian army. Jin scolded, You junior, how can you know the important affairs of the court? I was hesitating.
潘引至，言帝已崩。金赛硕与时常侍商议，密不发丧，矫诏宣和国就入宫，欲绝后患，册列皇子协为帝。说未了，使命至，宣进速入，以定后事。操曰：今日之计，先宜正君位。
Pan Yin arrived and said, The emperor has passed away. Today, Sai Shua has discussed with the Shicheng attendants to keep the morning secret. They have issued an edict to announce that Uncle Higuo has entered the palace.
然后屠贼。晋曰：谁敢与吾郑军讨贼？一人挺身出曰：愿借精兵5000，斩官入内，册立新君，尽诛阉术，扫清朝廷，以安天下。晋视之，乃司徒袁逢之子，袁魁之侄，名绍。
Then plot a thief. Jean said, Who dares to challenge the thief with my lord? A man stepped forward and said, I would like to borrow 5,000 elite soldiers to cut through the pass and enter, install a new king, kill all the eunuchs, clear the court, and bring peace to the world. When I came to see him, I saw that he was the son of Situ Yuanfeng and the nephew of Yuan Kai. His name was Shao.
自本初，现为司隶校尉。何进大喜，遂典谕临军5000。绍全身披挂。何进引何虞、荀攸、郑泰等大臣30余员相继而入，就灵帝就前，扶立太子，便即皇帝位。
His courtesy name was Ben Chu, and now he is Sili Shaowei. He Jean was overjoyed and ordered 5,000 imperial guards. Shao is fully clothed. He Jean introduced more than 30 ministers such as He Yong, Sun Yu, Zheng Tai, etc., and came in one after another.
百官呼拜已毕，袁绍入宫收简硕。硕荒走入御园，花荫下为中常侍郭盛所杀。硕所领禁军尽皆投顺。少尉何进曰：中官结党，今日可乘势尽诛之。张让等之事急。
After all the officials had finished paying their respects, Yuan Shao entered the palace to collect Jian Shua. Shua panicked and walked into the imperial garden. Under the shade of the flowers, he was killed by the official Guosheng. All the imperial troops led by Shua surrendered.
荒入告和后曰：使出设谋陷害大将军者，只赛硕一人，并不干臣等事。今大将军听袁绍之言，欲尽诛臣等，启娘娘怜悯。何太后曰：汝等勿忧，我当保汝。传旨宣和进入。
After being panicked, he reported to He Ho and said, The one who planned to frame the general was Sai Shua alone, and did not do anything about the ministers. Now the general listens to Yuan Shao's words and wants to kill the ministers and others. I beg for mercy from the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, he said, Don't worry, I will protect you. He announced the order to enter.
太后密谓曰：我与汝出身寒微，非张让等，焉能享此富贵？今简硕不仁，既已伏诛，汝何听信人言，欲尽诛宦官也？何进听罢，出谓众官曰：简硕设谋害我，可族灭其家。
The Empress Dowager secretly said, You and I were born in a humble background. How could we enjoy this wealth without Zhang Rang and others? Now that Jian Shua is unkind and has been executed, why do you listen to others and want to execute the eunuch? He Jin listened and said, he went out to address the officials and said, Jian Shua has plotted to harm me and destroy his family.
其余不必妄加残害。袁绍曰：若不斩草除根，必为丧身之本。晋曰：吾意已决，汝勿多言。众官皆退。次日，太后命何进参录尚书事，其余皆封官职。
There is no need to harm the rest. Yuan Shao said, If we don't cut the grass and get rid of the roots, we will definitely lose our lives. Jean said, I have made up my mind, don't say more. All the officials have withdrawn. The next day, the Queen Mother ordered He Jin to participate in the affairs of the minister, and the rest were granted official positions.
董太后宣张让等入宫商议曰：何进之妹，使出我抬举他。今日他孩儿即皇帝位，内外臣僚借其心腹，威权太重，我将如何？让奏曰：娘娘可临朝，垂帘听政。
Empress Dowager Dong announced that Zhang Rang and others had entered the palace for discussion and said, He Jin's sister, I promoted him from the beginning. Today his son is the emperor, and all the officials inside and outside are his confidants. The authority is too heavy, what will I do? Rang said, the empress can come to court and listen to the government behind the curtain.
封皇子协为王，加国就董仲大官，掌握军权，重用臣等，大事可图矣。董太后大喜。次日设朝，董太后降旨，封皇子协为陈留王，董仲为骠骑将军，张让等共御朝政。
Make the Prince Xia the king, add his uncle Dong as a major official to control the military power, make important use of ministers, etc. Great things can be planned. Empress Dowager Dong was overjoyed. The next day the court was established. Empress Dowager Dong issued an edict, conferring the title of Prince Xia as King Chenlu, Dong Zhong as General of Hussars, and Zhang Rang and others jointly presided over the affairs of the court.
何太后见董太后专权，于宫中设一宴，请董太后复席。酒至半酣，何太后起身捧杯再拜曰：“我等皆妇人也，参与朝政，非其所宜。”西吕后因握重权。
Seeing that Empress Dowager Dong was monopolizing power, Empress Dowager He held a banquet in the palace and invited Empress Dowager Dong to attend. When the wine was half drunk, Queen Mother He stood up, held the cup and bowed again, saying, We are all women, and it is not appropriate for us to participate in government affairs. In the past, Queen Lu held great power.
宗族千口皆被戮。今我等宜身居九重，朝廷大事，任大臣元老自行商议，此国家之幸也。愿垂听焉。董后大怒曰：“汝震死王美人，摄心嫉妒。今宜孺子为君。”
Thousands of members of the clan were slaughtered. Now it is appropriate for us to live in the 9th level. The ministers and elders can discuss the important matters of the court on their own, which is a blessing for this country. I would like to hear you. Empress Dong was furious and said, You have killed the king's beauty because you are jealous. Now I rely on you to be your king.
与汝兄何进之事，辄敢乱言。吾赤标其断汝兄手，汝反掌耳。何后易怒曰：“吾以好言相劝，何反怒耶？”董后曰：“汝家屠沽小辈，有何见识？”两宫互相争竞，张让等各劝归宫。
How can I advance with your brother? You dare to talk nonsense. I command my hussar to cut off your brother's head, just like the palm of my hand. He Ho also said angrily, I persuaded you with good words, why should I be angry? Empress Dong said, What kind of knowledge does this junior Tugu of your family have? The two palaces competed with each other, and Zhang Rang and others persuaded each other to return to the palace.
何后连夜召何进入宫，告以前事。何进出，召三公共议。来早设朝，使廷臣奏董太后原系藩妃，不宜久居宫中，何仍迁于何间安置，现日下即出国门。
He Ho summoned he into the palace overnight to tell him about the past. Where to go in and out. Call the three public to discuss. The court was set up early in the morning. and the court officials reported that Empress Dowager Dong was originally a vassal concubine and was not suitable to stay in the palace for a long time. He still moved to the river to settle down, and left the country at the end of the day.
一面遣人启送董后，一面点禁军为骠骑将军董仲府宅追索印绶。董仲之事急，自刎于后堂。家人举哀，军士方散。张让、段珪见董后意志已废。
On the one hand, he sent people to escort Empress Dong. On the other hand, he ordered the imperial army to surround the residence of Hussar General Dong Chong and pursue the seal and ribbon. Governor Dong Chong was in a hurry and committed suicide in the back hall. The family mourned and the soldiers dispersed. Zhang Rang and Duan Gui saw that one of Empress Dong's branches was dead.
遂借以金珠完好结构何进帝何苗，并其母武阳君，令早晚入何太后处，善言遮蔽，因此时常事又得尽兴。6月，何进暗使人镇杀董后于河间一亭，举柩回京。
So they all used gold beads to play with the structure, and He Jin's brother He Miao and his mother Wu Yangjun were ordered to go to the Empress Dowager He's house in the morning and evening, and they were covered with good words. Therefore, the 10 constant attendants were lucky enough to be close to each other. In the 6th month, He Jin secretly ordered someone to kill Empress Dong in the Hejin Post courtyard, and carried the coffin back to the capital.
葬于文陵，晋托病不出。司隶校尉袁绍入见晋曰：“张让、段珪等流言于外，言公镇杀董后，预谋大事。乘此时不诛阉宦，后必为大祸。西斗武欲诛内术，计谋不密。”
Buried in Wenling. I can't get out of the hospital because I'm sick. Yuan Shao, the captain of the silly school, came to see Jin and said, Zhang Rang, Duan Gui and others have spread rumors that the emperor wants to kill Empress Dong and wants to do something big. If we don't kill the eunuch at this time, it will be a big disaster in the future. In the past, Dou wanted to do something great. If you kill someone inside, your plans are not secret.
反受其殃。金公兄弟不取疆吏，皆英俊之士，若使尽力，势在掌握。此天赞之时，不可失也。晋曰：“且容商议。”左右密报张让，让等转告何苗，又多送贿赂。苗入奏何后云
Instead, suffer the consequences. Today, my brothers, generals, and officials are all handsome men. If you try your best, you will have everything under control. This time of praise cannot be lost. Jin said, let's discuss it. Secret reports were sent to Zhang Rang, who told He Miao and sent more bribes. Miao entered the memorial and He Hoyun said,
大将军辅佐新君，不行仁慈，专武杀伐。今无端又欲杀时常侍，此取乱之道也。后纳其言。少顷，何进入白后，欲诛中捐。何后曰：“中官统领晋省，汉家故事。先帝心系天下。”
The general assists the new king, but he is not merciful and specializes in killing. Now he wants to kill 10 regular servants without any reason. This is the way to create chaos. Ho accepted his words. After a while, he entered the White Queen and wanted to kill Zhongguan. He said, the Zhongguan commanded the Forbidden Provinces, a story of the Han family. The late emperor abandoned the world.
而欲诛杀旧臣，非众宗庙也。晋本是没决断之人，听太后言，娓娓而出。袁绍迎问曰：“大事若何？”晋曰：“太后不允，如之奈何？”绍曰：“ 可召四方英雄之士，勒兵来京，尽诛燕数。
If you want to kill the old ministers, you can't do it again. I was originally a person who had not made a decision. After hearing the words of the Queen Mother, I came out. Yuan Shao asked, "What's the big deal?" Jean said, "The Queen Mother doesn't agree." "What can I do?" Shao said, "We can call heroes from all over the country, draw troops to the capital, and kill all the eunuchs."
此时事急，不容太后不从。晋曰：“此计大妙。”便发檄至各镇，诏付京师。主簿陈琳曰：“不可。俗云：掩目而捕燕雀，是自欺也。威物尚不可欺以得志，况国家大事乎？”
The matter was urgent at this time, and the Queen Mother could not tolerate disobedience. Jean said, "This is a great plan."
金将军仗皇威，掌兵要，龙骧虎步，高下在心。若遇诸宦官，如鼓红炉燎毛发耳。但当速发雷霆，行权力断，则天人顺之。却反外袭大臣，临犯京缺，英雄聚会，各怀一心。
Today, the general relies on the emperor's power, holds the key points of the army, moves the dragon and the tiger, and has high and low in mind. If he wants to kill the eunuch, it will be like a drum and a roaring furnace burning the hair and ears. But when you get angry quickly and act decisively, heaven and man will obey. However, he rebelled against the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and when he was about to invade the capital, the heroes gathered together, each with the same intention.
所谓导致干戈，授人以柄，攻必不成，反生乱矣。何进笑曰：“此懦夫之见也。”傍边一人鼓掌大笑曰：“此事易如反掌，何必多议？”视之，乃曹操也。正是欲除君，策消人乱。
The so-called fighting against others and giving others a handle will not succeed and will lead to chaos. Jean laughed and said, "What a coward." One person clapped his hands and laughed and said, "This matter is so easy, why bother discussing it? Look at it, it's Chow Chow. It's exactly. He wants to eliminate the chaos on the side of the emperor."
须听朝中智士谋，不知曹操说出甚话来，且听下文分解。第3回，伊温明董卓赤丁原，窥金珠李肃说吕布。且说曹操当日对何进曰：“宦官之祸。”
You must listen to the advice of the wise men in the court. I don't know what Chow Chow said, but let me break it down below. The 3rd chapter discussed the Ming dynasty. Dong Zhuo scolded Ding Yuan, presented gold beads, and Li Su said to Lu Bu. Let's say that Chow Chow said to Jean that day, "The disaster of eunuchs."
古今皆有，但是主不当假之权宠，始至于此。若欲治罪，当除原恶，但复一欲立足矣，何必纷纷召外兵乎？欲尽诛之，是必宣录。无料其必败也。何进怒曰：
It has existed in ancient and modern times, but the Lord of the world should not allow false power and favor to lead to this. If you want to punish a crime, you should eliminate the original evil.
孟德亦怀斯义也。操退曰：乱天下者，必尽也。晋乃暗差使命，机密召星夜往各镇去。却说前将军敖襄侯、西凉刺史董卓，先为破黄巾无功，朝议将治其罪。
Mengda also has selfish motives. Chow retreated and said, "Those who disrupt the world will surely advance." Jean Nai secretly sent a mission and went to various towns at night with secret edicts. But he said that Dong Zhuo, the former general, the Marquis of Aoxiang, and the governor of Xiliang, had tried to break the yellow turban but failed, and the court would discuss his crime.
因贿赂时常侍幸免，后有节脱朝贵，遂任显官，统西州大军20万，常有不臣之心。是时得赵大喜，点起军马，陆续变行，使其序中郎将牛府守住陕西，自己却待李阙。
He was spared because of bribing 10 regular servants. Later he became entrusted with court nobles, so he was appointed as a prominent official and commanded an army of 200,000 people in Shizhou. He always had a disobedient heart. At this time, he was overjoyed to receive the imperial edict. He ordered his troops and horses to go out one after another. He asked his son-in-law, the Lieutenant General Niu, to assist him. He guarded Shangxi, but he took Li Ju and others with him.
郭汜、张继、樊稠等提兵望洛阳进发。卓叙谋士李儒曰：“今虽奉诏，中间多有暗卫，何不差人上表，名正言顺，大事可图？”卓大喜，遂上表。其略曰：
Guo Si, Zhang Ji, Fan Chou and others raised their troops to march towards Luoyang.
窃闻天下所以乱逆不止者，皆由黄门常侍张让等侮慢天长之故。臣闻羊汤止沸，不如去心；溃痈虽痛，胜于养毒。臣感明中鼓入洛阳，请除让等，社稷幸甚。
I have heard that the chaos and rebellion in the world continues because Zhang Rang, a regular servant of Huang Men, and others are insulting Tianchang. I heard that yang decoction is better to stop the boil than to remove the sputum. Although ulcers are painful, it is worse than nourishing the poison. I dare to ring the bells and drums to enter Luoyang. Please give way. Sheiji is very lucky.
天下幸甚。何进的表出使大臣，侍御史郑太监曰：“董卓乃豺狼也，引入京城，必食人矣。”进曰：“汝多疑，不足谋大事。”卢植意见曰：“直素知董卓为人，面善心狠。”
The world is so lucky. He Jin got the watch and showed it to the ministers. Zheng Tai, the imperial censor, admonished, Dong Zhuo is a jackal. If he is introduced to the capital, he will eat people. Jin said, You are suspicious and cannot plan for big things. Lu Ji also admonished. Ji soon knew that Dong Zhuo was a man with a kind face and a cruel heart.
一入晋庭，必生祸患，不如止之勿来，免致生乱。晋不听，郑太、卢植皆弃官而去。朝廷大臣去者大半。晋使人迎董卓于渑池，卓按兵不动。张让等之外兵到，共议曰：
Once you enter the forbidden court, there will be disaster. It's better to stop and don't come, so as not to cause chaos. Jin refused to listen, and both Zheng Tai and Lu Ji abandoned their posts and left. Most of the ministers of the imperial court left. Jin sent people to greet Dong Zhuo in Mianxi, but Zhuo held his troops and did not move. Zhang Rang and others learned that the foreign troops had arrived, and they discussed together.
此何进之谋也？我等不先下手，皆灭族矣。乃先伏刀斧手50人于长乐宫嘉德门内，入告和太后曰：今大将军角召外兵至京师，欲灭臣等，望娘娘垂帘赐救。
What's the point of this plan? If we don't strike first, we will all be exterminated.
太后曰：汝等可诣大将军府谢罪。让曰：若到相府，骨肉皆焚矣。望娘娘宣大将军入宫谕旨之。如其不从，臣等只救娘娘前请死。 太后乃降诏宣禁，禁得诏便行。
The Queen Mother said, "You can go to the general's mansion to apologize." Rang said, "If you go to the Prime Minister's mansion, your bones and flesh will be crumbled to powder. I hope the Queen Mother will issue an order to stop the general coming to the palace. If he does not comply, I will only go to the Queen Mother to ask for death." The Queen Mother issued an edict to announce it. As long as you get the imperial edict, that's all.
主簿陈琳谏曰：太后此诏，必是实常事之谋，切不可去。去必有祸。晋曰：太后召我，有何祸事？袁绍曰：今谋已泄，事已露，将军尚欲入宫也。曹操曰：先召时常事出。
Chen Lin, the chief registrar, admonished, "The Queen Mother's edict must be the plan of the 10 regular servants. You must not go. There will be disaster if you go." Jean said, "What harm does the Queen Mother order me to do?" Yuan Shao said, "Now the plan is over. Come on, the matter has been exposed. Does the general still want to enter the palace?" Cao Cao said, "First call the 10 constant servants out."
然后可入。晋笑曰：此小儿之见也。吾掌天下之权，时常事敢待如何？绍曰：公必欲去，我等引甲士护从，以防不测。于是袁绍、曹操各选精兵500，命袁绍之弟袁术领之。
Then you can enter. Jean smiled and said, "This is just a child's opinion. I hold the power of the world, how dare I treat you?" Shao said, "My lord must be leaving, and we will recruit some soldiers to protect him in case of any unexpected events." So Yuan Shao and Cao Cao each selected 500 elite soldiers and ordered Yuan Shao's younger brother Yuan Shu to lead them.
袁术全身披挂，引兵布列清所门外。绍与操带剑护送和进至长乐宫前。黄门传懿旨云：太后特宣大将军，余人不许折入，将袁绍、曹操等都阻住宫门外。
Yuan Shu was fully clothed and led his troops outside Qingsua Gate. Xiao Yucao escorted He Jin to Changle Palace with swords. Huang Menchuani's decree said, "The Queen Mother has specially announced that the general will not allow others to enter." Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and others were blocked outside the palace gate.
何介昂然直入，至嘉德殿门，张让、段珪迎出，左右围住，进大惊。让厉声责进曰：董后何罪？妄以朕死！国母丧葬，托疾不出。如本屠沽小辈，我等见之天子，以致荣贵。
He Jin went straight in. When they arrived at the gate of Jiada Hall, Zhang Rang and Duan Gui came out to greet him, and surrounded him from left to right. Jin was shocked. Rang sternly scolded Jin and said, "What crime did Empress Dong commit in committing suicide? The mother of the country was buried at the funeral, and she couldn't excuse her illness. You, the younger generation of Tugu, have been recommended by us as the emperor, so that you can be honored and honored."
不思报效，欲相谋害，汝言我等甚浊，其轻者是谁？晋慌急，欲寻出路，宫门禁闭，伏甲齐出，将何进砍为2段。后人有诗叹之曰：汉室轻微天数中，无谋何进作3公。
Without thinking of retribution and wanting to harm each other, you say that we are very dirty. Who is the clear one? He entered in a hurry and wanted to find a way out. The palace doors were closed, and everyone came out with their armors in full force. They cut He Jin into 2 pieces. Later generations wrote a poem and sighed.
几番不听忠臣谏，难免宫中受剑锋。让等击杀何进，袁绍久不见进出，乃于宫门外大叫曰：“请将军上车！”让等将何进首级从墙上掷出，宣谕曰：“何进谋反。”
If you fail to listen to the advice of your loyal ministers several times, you will inevitably be exposed to the sword in the palace. After letting the others kill He Jin, Yuan Shao did not see him coming in or out for a long time, so he shouted outside the palace gate, "General, please get in."
以服诸矣。其余胁从尽皆摄诱。袁绍厉声大叫：“阉官谋杀大臣，诸恶党者前来助战！”何进部将吴匡便于青锁门外放起火来。袁术引兵突入宫廷，但见阉官，不论大小。
Already executed. All the rest of the coercion will be forgiven. Yuan Shao shouted loudly, "The eunuch murdered the minister. The evil party slayers come to help." He Jin's general Wu Kuang set a fire outside the Qingsua gate. Yuan Shu
尽皆杀之。袁绍、曹操斩官入内。赵忠、程况、夏运、郭盛4个被赶至翠花楼前，剁为肉泥。宫中火焰冲天。张让、段珪、曹节、侯览将太后及太子并陈留王劫去内省。
Kill them all. Yuan Shao and Cao Cao cut through the pass and entered. Zhao Zhong, Qin Kuang, Xia Yun, and Guosheng were driven to Tsuihua Tower and chopped into pieces. The palace was filled with flames. Zhang Rang, Duan Gui, Chao Jia, and Ho Lan sent the Queen Mother and Prince Chenlu to introspection.
从后道走北宫，石卢植弃官未去，见宫中事变，换甲持戈，立于阁下。遥见段珪拥逼合后过来，直大呼曰：“段珪逆贼，安敢劫太后！”段珪回身便走，太后从窗中跳出。
Take the back road to the North Palace. At that time, Liu Ji had abandoned his official position but had not left. When he saw what was going on in the palace, he stood in front of you with his armor and a gun in hand. Seeing Duan Gui approaching from a distance, Ji shouted, "Duan Gui is a traitor, how dare you rob the Queen Mother?" Duan Gui turned around and left. The Queen Mother jumped out of the window.
直急救得免。吴匡杀入内廷，见何苗一提剑出，匡大呼曰：“何苗同谋害兄，当共杀之。”众人惧曰：“愿斩谋兄之贼。”苗欲走，四面为定，砍为齑粉。
Plant first aid is exempted. Wu Kuang entered the inner court and saw He Miao coming out with his sword. Kuang shouted, "If Miao conspired to kill my brother, we should kill him together." Everyone said, "I am willing to kill the thieves who plotted against my brother." Miao wanted to leave and surrounded him on all sides. Cut into powder.
少傅令军士分头来杀时常侍家属，不分大小，尽皆诛绝，多有无须者，勿被杀死。曹操一面救灭宫中之火，请和太后权摄大事，遣兵追袭张让等，寻觅少帝。
Xiaofu ordered his sergeants to separate and kill the families of the 10 constant servants, regardless of their size, and kill them all. Many of the beards were killed by mistake.
且说张让、段珪结拥少帝及陈留王，冒烟突火，连夜奔走至北邙山。约2更时分，后面喊声大举，人马赶至。当前河南中部愿力敏贡，大呼逆贼休走。张让见势急。
It is also said that Zhang Rang and Duan Gui supported the young emperor and King Chenlu, and ran all night to Beimang Mountain with smoke and fire. At about the second watch, there was
遂投河而死。帝与陈留王谓之虚实，不敢高声，伏于河边乱草之内。军马四散去赶，不知地之所在。帝与王服至4更，露水又下，腹中积馁，相继而哭，又怕人知觉。
So he threw himself into the river and died. The emperor and King Chenlu didn't know the truth, so they didn't dare to raise their voices, so they hid in the grass by the river. The troops and horses scattered in all directions to catch up, not knowing where the emperor was. The emperor and the king lay down until the 4th watch, when the dew came down again. They were hungry and exhausted, so they pressed against each other and cried. They were also afraid of being noticed.
吞生草莽之中，陈留王曰：“此间不可久恋，须别寻活路。”于是二人以衣相结，爬上岸边。满地荆棘，黑暗之中不见行路。正无奈何，忽有流萤千百成群，光芒照耀。
Swallowing in the grass. King Chenlu said, "You can't fall in love here for a long time. You must find a way to survive." So the two tied up in clothes and climbed to the shore.
只在地前飞转。陈留王曰：“此天助我兄弟也。”遂随萤火而行，渐渐见路。行至5更，足痛不能行。山冈边见一草堆，帝与王卧于草堆之畔。草堆前面是一所庄院。
Only flying in front of the emperor. King Chenlu said, "Heaven is helping my brother." Then he followed the fireflies and gradually saw the road. At the 5th watch, my feet hurt and I couldn't walk. I saw a haystack on the edge of the hill, and the emperor and the king were lying beside the haystack. In front of the haystack is a farmhouse.
庄主是夜梦两红日坠于庄后，惊觉，披衣出户，四下观望，见庄后草堆上红光冲天，慌忙往视，却是二人卧于草畔。庄主问曰：“二少年谁家之子？”帝不敢应。
The owner of the village had a dream at night that 2 red suns were falling behind the village. He was startled and woke up. He put on his clothes and went out.
陈留王指帝曰：“此事当今皇帝遭时常侍之乱，逃难到此，吾乃皇帝陈留王也。”庄主大惊，再拜曰：“臣先朝司徒崔烈之弟崔毅也。因见时常侍卖官极贤，故隐于此。”
King Chenlu pointed to the emperor and said, "This is the current emperor. He was attacked by Shi Changsha and fled here. I am the emperor's younger brother, King Chenlu." The owner of the village was shocked, and he bowed again and said, "I will pay homage to Sita Chui Lai first." His younger brother Chui Yi also hid here because he saw Shi Chang serving as an official and jealous of talents.
遂伏地入庄，跪尽90。却说闵贡赶上段珪，拿住问：“天子何在？”珪言：“已在半路相失，不知何往。”贡遂杀段珪，悬头于马项下，分兵四散寻觅，自己却独乘一马。
Then he helped the emperor into the manor, where he knelt down to drink and eat. But it was said that Mingong caught up with Duan Gui, grabbed him and asked, "Where is the emperor?" Gui said, "We were lost halfway, and we don't know where we are going." Gong then killed Duan Gui, hung his head under his horse's neck, and divided his troops to search for him, but he was riding alone.
随路追寻，偶至崔义庄，义见首级，问之，贡说详细。崔义引贡见帝，君臣痛哭。贡曰：“国不可一日无君，请陛下还都。 崔义庄上只有瘦马1匹，备与帝城。
Following the road to pursue, I came to Chui Yizhuang by chance. I saw the head of the emperor. When I asked him about it, he gave a detailed description of the tribute. Chui Yi introduced the tribute to the emperor, and the emperor and his ministers wept bitterly.
共与陈留王共乘一马，离庄而行，不到3里，司徒王允、太尉杨彪、左军校尉淳于琼、右军校尉赵蒙、后军校尉鲍信、中军校尉袁绍，一行人众数百人马，接着车驾。
Gong and King Chenlu rode on the same horse. Less than 3 miles away from the village, Situ Wang Yun, Tai Lieutenant Yang Biao, Left Military Colonel Qinu Qiong, Right Military Colonel Zhao Meng, Home Military Academy Lieutenant Bao Xian, and Middle Military Colonel Yuan Shao were all accompanied by hundreds of people. Then drive.
君臣皆哭。先使人将段归首即往京师号令，令换好马与帝及陈留王齐坐，促帝还京。先是洛阳小儿谣曰：“帝非帝，王非王，千乘万骑走北邙。”至此果应其称。
The king and his ministers all cried. First, he sent someone to take Duan Gui's head to the capital to give orders, and then changed his horse to ride with the emperor and King Chenlu, and then returned to the capital with the emperor. First, there is a Luoyang child's ballad that says, "The emperor is not an emperor, the king is not a king, and thousands of horses are riding in Beimang." So far, the prediction has been fulfilled.
车驾行不到数里，忽见旌旗蔽日，尘土遮天，一支人马到来。百官失色，帝大惊。袁绍骤马出问：“何人？”秀旗营里，一将飞出，厉声问：“天子何在？”帝站立不能言。
After driving for less than a few miles, I suddenly saw flags covering the sun, dust covering the sky, and a group of people and horses arriving. All the officials were pale, and the emperor was shocked. Yuan Shao suddenly rushed out.
陈留王勒马向前，叱曰：“来者何人？”卓曰：“西凉刺史董卓也。”陈留王曰：“汝来保驾耶？汝来劫驾也？”卓应曰：“特来保驾。”陈留王曰：“既来保驾，天子在此，何不下马？”卓大惊。
King Chenlu reined up his horse and stepped forward, shouting, "Who is coming?" Zhua said, "Dong Zhua, the governor of Xiliang." King Chenlu said, "You are here to protect me, and you are here to rob me?" Zhua Ying said, "I'm here to protect you." King Chenlu said, "Since I'm here to protect you, the emperor is here, why don't you dismount?" Zhua was shocked.
慌忙下马，拜于道左。陈留王以言抚慰董卓，自出至终，并无失语。卓按其之，以怀费力之意。是桓公见何太后，俱个痛哭。检点宫中，不见了传国玉玺。
He hurriedly dismounted and bowed to the left side of the road. King Chenlu comforted Dong Zhuo with words, and from the beginning to the end, he was not speechless. Zhua Anqizi already has the intention of abolishing the establishment. When I returned to the palace that day, when I saw Queen Mother He, everyone wept bitterly. Checking the palace, the jade seal passed down to the country was missing.
董卓屯兵城外，每日带铁甲马军入城，横行街市，百姓惶惶不安。卓出入宫廷，略无忌惮。后军校尉报信来见袁绍，言董卓必有异心，可速除之。绍曰：“朝廷心定。”
Outside Dongzhua's garrison city, he brought armored horse troops into the city every day and marched through the streets, making the people panic. Zhuo went in and out of the palace without any scruples. Later, Bao Xian, the captain of the military academy, came to see Yuan Shao and told him that Dong Zhuo must have different intentions and that they could be eliminated quickly. Shao said, "The imperial court has made a new decision."
未可轻动。报信见王允，一言其事。允曰：“且容商议。”信自引本部军兵投泰山去了。董卓招诱何进兄弟部下之兵尽归掌握。司谓李儒曰：“吾欲废帝立陈留王，何如？”
Can't move lightly. Bao Xian met Wang Yun and told him what happened. Yun said, "Let's discuss it." The letter led his troops to surrender to Mount Tai. Dong Zhuo lured He Jin's brothers and all the soldiers under his control. He privately said to Li Ru, "I want to depose the emperor and establish King Chen Lu. What should I do?"
李儒曰：“今朝廷无主，不就此时行事，迟则有变矣。来日于温明园中召集百官，欲以废立，有不从者斩之，则威权之行正在今日。”捉写。次日大排筵会，便请公卿。
Li Ru said, "There is no master in the court now. If we don't act now, things will change later. In the coming day, we will summon all the officials in the Wenming garden and order them to abolish the establishment. If anyone does not follow, he will be beheaded. This will be an act of authority. Today. Zhuo Shi. The next day there was a big banquet, and all the ministers were invited.
公卿皆惧董卓，谁敢不到？卓带百官到了，然后徐到辕门下马，带剑入席。酒行数巡，卓教停酒止乐，乃厉声曰：“吾有一言，众官静听。”众皆侧耳。卓曰：“天子为万民之主。”
All the ministers were afraid of Dong Zhuo, and no one dared to fail. Zhuo waited for the officials to arrive, then slowly dismounted at the garden gate, took his sword and went to the table.
吾威仪，不可以奉宗庙社稷。今上懦弱，不若陈留王聪明好学，可成大位。吾欲废帝，立陈留王，诸大臣以为何如？诸官听罢，不敢出声。座上一人推案直出。
You cannot worship the ancestral temple or the state without dignity. I am weak now, and I am not as smart and studious as King Chen Lu, who can take over the throne. I want to depose the emperor and establish King Chen Lu. What do the ministers think? After all the officials heard this, they did not dare to say anything. A person at the table came forward with the case.
立于檐前，大呼：“不可！不可！汝是何人，敢发大语？天子乃先帝嫡子，出无过失，何得妄议废立？汝欲为篡逆也。”卓视之，乃荆州刺史丁原也。卓怒斥曰：“顺我者生，逆我者死。”
Standing in front of the banquet, he shouted, "No! No! Who are you, who dares to speak loudly? The emperor is the direct son of the late emperor. He has no fault in the beginning, so why should he arbitrarily talk about abolishing the establishment?"
遂撤佩剑，欲斩丁原。使李儒见丁原背后一人，生得气宇轩昂，威风凛凛，手执方天画戟，怒目而视。李儒急进曰：“今日饮宴之处，不可谈国政，来日向都堂公论未迟。”
Then he took his sword and wanted to kill Ding Yuan. At that time, Li Ru saw a person behind Ding Yuan, who had a majestic appearance, holding a Fangtian painted halberd in his hand, and glared at him angrily.
众人皆劝丁原上马而去。卓问百官曰：“吾所言，何公道否？”卢之曰：“明公差矣。昔太甲不明，伊尹放之于同宫，昌邑王登位方27日，造恶3000余条。”
Everyone advised Ding Yuan to mount his horse and leave. Zhua asked the officials, "Is what I said fair?" Lu Ji said, "Ming Gongcha is here." In the past, when Taijia was unknown, Yi Yin released him to Tong Palace. King Changyi ascended the throne on the 27th day, committed more than 3,000 evil acts.
故霍光告太庙而废之。今上虽幼，聪明人智，并无分毫过失。公乃外郡刺史，素未参与国政，又无一或之大才，何可强主废立之事？圣人云：“有伊尹之志则可。”
Therefore, Huoguang sued the imperial ancestral temple and abolished it. Although I am young, I am smart, kind and wise without any faults. The Duke is the governor of a foreign county and has never participated in state affairs. He does not have the talents of Yi and Hua, so how can he forcefully take charge of abolishing the establishment? The sage said, "If you have Yi Yin's ambition, you can."
无伊尹之志则篡也。卓大怒，拔剑向前欲杀之。侍中蔡邕、一郎彭伯谏曰：“卢尚书海内人望，今先害之，恐天下震怖。”卓乃止。司徒王允曰：“废立之事，不可久后相商。”
Without Yi Yin's ambition, it is usurpation. Zhuo was furious and drew his sword and moved forward to kill Ji.
令日再议。于是百官皆散。卓按剑立于辕门，忽见一人跃马持戟，于辕门外往来持咒。卓问李儒：“此何人也？”儒曰：“此丁原一耳，姓吕，名布，字奉先者也。”
Discuss another day. So all the officials dispersed. Zhuo stood at the garden gate holding his sword. Suddenly he saw a man leaping on a horse and holding a halberd, galloping back and forth outside the garden gate. Zhuo asked Li Ru, "Who is this?"
主公且须避之。卓乃入园前避。次日，人报丁原引军城外搦战。卓怒，引军同李儒出营。两阵对圆，只见吕布顶束发金冠，披百花战袍，换唐泥铠甲，系狮满宝带。
"Lord, you must avoid him." Zhuo and I went into the garden to hide. The next day, people reported that Ding Yuan had led his army to fight outside the city.
纵马挺戟，随丁建阳出到阵前。建阳指着骂曰：“国家不幸，阉官弄权，以致万民涂炭。而无尺寸之功，焉敢妄言废立，欲乱朝廷？”董卓未及回言，吕布飞马直杀过来。
Riding his horse and raising his halberd, he followed Ding Jianyang out to the front of the formation. Jianyang pointed at Zhuo and scolded him. "The country is unlucky and the eunuchs have seized power, causing the people to suffer. You have no merit, so how dare you talk about abolishing the establishment and want to disrupt the court?" Before Dong Zhuo could reply, Lu Bu flew towards him on horse.
董卓慌走，建阳率军掩杀。卓兵大败，退30余里下寨，聚众商议。卓曰：“吾观吕布非常人也。吾若得此人，何虑天下哉？”帐前一人出曰：“主公勿忧，某与吕布同乡。”
Dong Zhuo fled in panic, and Jianyang led his army to cover up the killing. Zhuo Bing was defeated and retreated more than 30 miles to the stronghold to gather people to discuss. Zhuo said, I think Lu Bu is a very good man. If I could get this person, why should I worry about the world? A man in front of the tent came out and said, My lord, don't worry. I live in the same hometown as Lu Bu.
知其勇而无谋，见利忘义。某凭3寸不烂之舌，说吕布拱手来降，可乎？卓大喜，观其人，乃虎贲中郎将李肃也。卓曰：汝将何以说之？肃曰：某闻主公有名马1匹。
I know that he is brave but has no plan, and forgets his righteousness when he sees profit. Is it okay for someone to say that Lu Bu surrendered with his sharp tongue? Zhuo was overjoyed and saw that he was Li Sui, the brave general in the middle of the army. Zhuo said, How can you tell me this? Su said, I heard that my lord has a famous horse.
号曰赤兔，日行千里。须得此马，再用金珠以力竭其心。某更进说辞，吕布必反丁原，来投主公矣。卓问李儒曰：此言可乎？儒曰：主公欲破天下，何惜一马？卓欣然与之。
His name is Red Rabbit, and he travels thousands of miles in a day. You must get this horse and use gold beads to tie its heart. If someone goes further, Lu Bu will turn against Ding Yuan and join the Lord. Zhuo asked Li Ru, Is this acceptable? Confucian said, My lord wants to conquer the world, so why not waste a horse?
更与黄金1000两，明珠数十颗，玉带1条。李肃积了礼物，投吕布寨来，俘虏军人围住。肃曰：可速报吕将军，有故人来见。军人报之，不命入见。肃见不曰。
It also comes with 1,000 taels of gold, dozens of pearls, and a jade belt. Li Su gave the gift and went to Lu Bu's stronghold. Soldiers surrounded the road. Su said, You can report to General Lu quickly that an old friend is coming to see you. The soldiers reported the news and ordered them to come to see him. Su Jianbu said,
贤弟别来无恙。不一曰：久不相见，今居何处？肃曰：现任虎贲中郎将之职。闻贤弟匡扶社稷，不胜之喜。有良马1匹，日行千里，渡水登山，如履平地，名曰赤兔。
Dear brother, stay well. Bu Yi said, We haven't seen each other for a long time. Where are you staying now? Su said, The current position is Tiger and Lieutenant General. I am overjoyed to hear that my virtuous brother is helping the country. There is a good horse that can travel thousands of miles a day, cross water.
特献与贤弟，以助虎威。不便令牵过来看。果然那马浑身上下火炭斑赤，无半根杂毛，从头至尾长1丈，从蹄至项高8尺，嘶喊咆哮，有腾空入海之状。
Specially dedicated to my virtuous brother to help the tiger's power. Bu Bian ordered him to be led over to have a look. Sure enough, the horse was as red as coals from head to toe, without a single hair. It was 1 foot long from head to tail, and 8 feet high from hoof to neck. It screamed and roared, and looked like it was flying into the sea.
后人有诗单道赤兔马曰：奔腾千里荡尘埃，渡水登山紫雾开。撤断丝将摇玉佩，火龙飞下9天来。布见了此马，大喜，谢肃曰：兄赐此龙驹，将何以为报？肃曰：
Later generations wrote a poem about a red rabbit and a horse on a single road. Galloping for thousands of miles, the dust is blown away, and the purple mist opens when crossing water and climbing mountains. Breaking the silk reins and shaking the jade bridle, the fire dragon flew down to the 9 heavens. When Boo saw the horse, he was overjoyed.
某为义气而来，岂望报乎？不置酒相待。酒田，素曰：素与贤弟少得相见，令尊却常会来。不曰：兄醉矣。先父弃世多年，安得与兄相会？素大笑曰：非也。某说今日丁巳时耳。
Someone comes out of loyalty. Don't expect retribution. We arranged wine to treat each other. The wine was sweet, and Sue said, Sue and my virtuous brother rarely see each other, but your father often comes.
不惶恐曰：某在丁见阳处，亦出于无奈。素曰：贤弟有擎天架海之才，四海孰不亲近？功名富贵，如探囊取物，何言无奈而在人之下乎？不曰：恨不逢其主耳。素笑曰：
Boo was frightened and said, Someone in Ding Jianyang's place also had no choice. Sue said, My virtuous brother has the talent to hold up the sky and sail the sea. Who doesn't admire him in the world? Fame and wealth are like picking things out of a bag. How can you be helpless and inferior to others? Boo said, I hate that I can't meet his master's ears. Sue smiled and said,
良禽择木而栖，贤臣择主而事。见机不早，悔之晚矣。不曰：兄在朝廷，官何人为世之英雄？素曰：某遍观群臣，皆不如董卓。董卓为人敬贤礼士，赏罚分明，终成大业。不曰：
A good bird chooses a tree to roost in, and a wise minister chooses his master to serve. It's too late to regret an opportunity. Boo said, Brother, in the court, who do you think is the hero of the world?
某欲从之，恨无门路。素取金珠，玉带列于步前。不惊曰：何为有此？素令斥退左右，告不曰：此是董公久慕大名，特令某将此奉献。赤兔马邑董公所赠也。不曰：
Someone wants to follow it, but hates that there is no way. Sue took the gold beads and jade belts and laid them out in front of Boo. Boo was shocked and said, Why is this? Sue ordered the people around him to retreat and announced, This is Dong Gong's great name for a long time.
董公如此见爱，某将何以报之？素曰：如某之不才，尚为虎贲中郎将，公若道比，贵不可言。不曰：恨无捐哀之功，以为进谏之礼。素曰：公在翻手之间，公不肯为耳。
How can a general repay Dong Gong when he sees his love in this way? Sue said, If a certain person is not talented, he can still be a tiger and a brave general. If you go to that place, you will be valued beyond words. Boo said, I hate that there is no merit in trickling AI, and I think it is a courtesy to come to see him. Sue said, The power lies in the flip of a hand, but I don't want to listen.
不审吟良久曰：吾欲杀丁原，引军归董卓，何如？素曰：贤弟若能如此，真莫大之功也。但事不宜迟，在于速决。不与素约于明日来降，速别去。是夜2更时分。
Boo pondered for a long time and said, I want to kill Ding Yuan and lead the army back to Dongzhuo, what better? Sue said, If my dear brother can do this, it will be a great achievement. But it is not advisable to delay the matter, it is necessary to make a quick decision. Bu made an appointment with Su.
不提刀进入丁原帐中，元正秉烛观书，见不至，曰：“吾儿来有何事故？”不曰：“吾堂堂丈夫，安肯为孺子乎？”元曰：“奉先何故心变？”不向前，一刀砍下丁原首级，大呼左右。
Bu's knife went straight into Ding Yuan's account. Yuan Zheng was holding a candle while reading a book when he saw Bu arrive and asked, "What happened to my son?" Bu said, "My dear husband, I am willing to be your son." Yuan said, "Why did Fengxian change his mind?" Bu Xiang said. In front of him, he cut off Ding Yuan's head with a knife and shouted to the left and right.
丁原不忍，吾以杀之。肯从吾者在此，不从者自去。军士散其大半。次日，不持丁原首级，往见李肃。肃遂引步见卓。卓大喜，置酒相待。卓先下拜曰：“卓今得将军。”
Ding Yuan was unkind and I have killed him. Those who are willing to follow me are here, and those who don't will go away. Most of the soldiers dispersed. The next day, Bu took Ding Yuan's head and went to see Li Su. Su then introduced Bu to Zhuo. Zhuo was overjoyed and treated him to wine.
如汉苗之得甘于也。不纳卓坐而拜之曰：“公若不弃，不请拜为义父。”卓以金甲锦袍赐布，畅饮而散。卓自是威势越大，自领前将军事，封弟董民为左将军、护侯。
Just like a drought-stricken seedling receiving sweet rain. Bunazuo sat down and worshipped him and said, "If you don't give up, would like to worship you as my adoptive father." Zhuo gave him cloth with gold armor and brocade robes, drank freely, and left. Zhuo became more powerful and took charge of the army. He named his younger brother Dong Min the general of the left and the Marquis of Hu.
封吕布为其都尉、中郎相、都亭侯。李儒劝卓早定废立之计，卓乃于省中设宴，汇集公卿，令吕布将甲士1000余侍为左右。是日，太傅元奎与百官皆到。酒行数巡。
Lu Bu was granted the title of cavalry captain, Zhonglang general, and Dudinghao. Li Ru advised Zhuo to make plans to abolish Li as soon as possible. Zhuo held a banquet in the province, gathered the officials, and ordered Lu Bu to send more than 1,000 soldiers to guard him.
卓案谏曰：“今上暗弱，不可以奉宗庙。吾将一一引，霍光故事，废帝为弘农王，立陈留王为帝。有不从者斩。”群臣惶怖莫敢对。中军校尉袁绍挺身出曰：“今上即位未几。”
Zhuo pressed his sword and said, "Today the emperor is weak and cannot worship the ancestral temple. I will follow the stories of Yi Yin and Huo Guang to depose the emperor as King Hongnong and establish King Chen Lu as emperor. Anyone who refuses to follow will be killed." The ministers were frightened and no one dared to do so. Right. Yuan Shao, the lieutenant of the Central Military Academy, stepped forward and said, "I have only ascended the throne not long ago.
并无失德，汝欲废嫡立庶，非法而何？”卓怒曰：“天下事在我，我今为之，谁敢不从？汝视我之见不立否？”袁绍亦拔剑曰：“汝见立，吾见未尝不立。”两个在言上对敌。正是
There is no loss of virtue. If you want to abolish the direct descendants and establish concubines, what is the opposite? Zhuo said angrily, "The world's affairs are mine. What I am doing now, who dares not to obey? Do you think my sword is harmful? Yuan Shao also drew his sword and said, "Your sword is sharp, but my sword is not bad at all." Two enemies faced each other at a banquet. It was
丁原仗一身仙丧，袁绍争锋势右卫。毕竟袁绍性命如何，且听下文分解。第4回，废汉帝陈留建位，谋董贼孟德献刀。且说董卓欲杀袁绍。
Ding Yuan died first due to his righteousness, and Yuan Shao was in danger of competing for the lead. What is Yuan Shao's life after all? Let's listen to the explanation below. Chapter 4, Emperor Chen Lujian of the Han Dynasty was dethroned, and Meng Da, the thief of Dong, offered his sword. Let's talk about Dong Zhuo's intention to kill Yuan Shao.
李儒止之曰：“是未可定，不可妄杀。”袁绍手提宝剑，辞别百官而出，旋结东门，奔冀州去了。卓谓太傅袁奎曰：“汝之无礼，吾看汝面，孤恕之。费力之事若何？”奎曰
Li Ruji said, "The matter is uncertain, so don't kill rashly." Yuan Shao took the sword in his hand, said goodbye to all the officials and went out, hung at the east gate of the festival, and ran to Jizhou. Zhuo said to Grand Tutor Yuan Wei, "Your nephew is rude. I look at you and forgive him. What about abolishing the establishment?" Wei said,
太尉所见是也。卓曰：“敢有祖大义者，以军法从事。”群臣震恐，皆云一听遵命。宴罢，卓问侍中周弼、校尉武琼曰：“袁绍此去若何？”周弼曰：“袁绍愤愤而去，若构之急。”
That's what the Tai Wei saw. Zhuo said, "Anyone who dares to obstruct the big discussion will be dealt with according to military law." The ministers were frightened, and they all agreed to obey your orders. After the banquet, Zhuo asked Zhou Ao, the servant, and Wu Qiong, the captain of the school, "How is Yuan Shao going?" Zhou Yao said, "Yuan Shao left angrily because he was in a hurry to buy it."
事必为变。且袁氏庶恩四世，门生故吏，便于天下。倘收豪杰以聚徒众，英雄因之而起，山东非公有也。不如赦之，拜为一郡守，则少喜于免罪，必无患矣。武琼曰
It is bound to change. Moreover, the Yuan family had Shuan for 4 generations, and his disciples and former officials were all over the world.
袁绍好谋无断，不足为虑，诚不若家之一郡守，以收民心。卓从之，即日差人拜绍为渤海太守。9月朔，请帝升嘉德殿，大会文武。卓拔剑在手，对众曰：“天子暗弱。”
Yuan Shao is very resourceful and has no worries, so it is better to add a county guard to win the hearts of the people. Zhuo Congji immediately sent someone to worship him as the governor of Bohai. On the first day of September, he asked the emperor to ascend to the Jiada Hall and hold a civil and military conference. Zhuo drew his sword in his hand and said to everyone, "The emperor is weak.
不足以君天下。今有策文一道，宜为宣读。”乃命李儒读策曰：“孝陵皇帝早弃臣民，皇帝承嗣，海内侧望。而帝天资轻佻，威仪不克，居丧慢惰，否得纪章，有忝大位。”
Not enough to rule the world. Now there is a policy article, which should be read out. He ordered Li Ru to read the policy and said, Emperor Shaoling abandoned his subjects early. The emperor inherited the throne and looked inside the sea. However, the emperor was frivolous in nature, did not abide by his majesty, and lived in mourning. He was lazy and unworthy of his great virtue.
皇太后教武母仪，统政慌乱。永乐太后暴崩，众论祸言。三纲之道，天地之纪，吾乃有阙。陈留王协，圣德伟貌，规矩肃然。居丧哀戚，言不以邪，修生美育，天下所闻。
The Empress Dowager taught no maternal etiquette, and her government was in chaos. The Empress Dowager Yongle collapsed suddenly, and everyone was confused and confused. Are there gaps in the three cardinal principles and the order of heaven and earth? Chen Lu Wangxia was a man of sage virtue and awe-inspiring conduct. When he was in mourning, he did not speak evil words. He had a good reputation and was heard all over the world.
宜承红叶，为万世统。资废皇帝为弘农王，皇太后还政，请奉陈留王为皇帝，应天顺人，以为生灵之望。礼如独侧壁，着赤左右伏地下殿，解其喜寿，北面长跪。
It is appropriate to inherit Hongya and be the leader for all generations. I hereby depose the emperor as King Hongnong, and the Empress Dowager returns to power. Please appoint King Chenlu as the emperor, in order to obey the will of heaven and the people, and to comfort the hope of living beings. After Li Ru finished reading the policy, Zhuo scolded the emperor and helped him go down to the palace, untied his seal and ribbon, and knelt down to the north.
称臣听命，右呼太后去服后敕。帝后皆嚎哭，群臣无不悲惨。阶下一大臣愤怒高叫曰：“贼臣董卓敢为7天之谋，吾当以井血见之。”挥手中相剪，直击董卓。卓大怒。
Be obedient and obey orders. He also called the Queen Mother to serve the imperial edict. The emperor and the queen all cried, and all the ministers were miserable. The minister at the next level yelled angrily, "The traitor Dong Zhuo dares to make a conspiracy to deceive the heavens. I will splash blood on my neck."
贺武士拿下，乃尚书丁管也。着命牵出斩之。管骂不绝口，至死神色不变。后人有诗叹之曰：“董贼前怀废力图，汉家宗设伪丘墟。满朝臣宰皆囊括。”
The drinking warrior took it. It was Shangshu Dingguanya. Zhuo Ming took him out and beheaded him. He kept scolding him, but his expression remained unchanged until death. Later generations had a poem that lamented. The traitor Dong Qian abandoned his plan and established the Han family clan committee in Qiushu.
唯有丁公是丈夫，着请陈留王登殿。群臣朝贺毕，着命符合太后，并弘农王及帝妃唐氏永安宫闲住，封锁宫门，禁群臣无得擅入。可怜少帝4月登基。
Only Ding Gong is the husband. Zhuo invited King Chenlu to the palace. After the ministers came to congratulate each other, Zhuo ordered the Empress Dowager He, King Hongnong and the imperial concubine Tang's Yong'an palace to stay at leisure. The gates of the palace were sealed to prevent the ministers from entering without permission. Poor young emperor ascended the throne in April.
至9月即被废。着所立陈留王协，表字伯和，灵帝中子，即献帝也，时年9岁。改元初平。董卓为相国，战败不明，入朝不趋，见履上殿，微服莫比。李儒劝卓，卓用名流。
It will be abolished in September. Zhuoli established Wang Xia of Chenlu, whose pseudonym was Bo. He was the middle son of Emperor Ling, that is, Emperor Xian. He was 9 years old at the time. Changed to Chu Ping of Yuan dynasty, Dong Zhuo was the prime minister of the country. He was praised and worshipped without fame, and he was not followed when he entered the court. He went to the palace with swords and shoes, and he was extremely powerful. Li Ru advised Zhuo to recruit celebrities.
以收人望，因见蔡邕之才，着命止之，邕不复。着怒，使人谓邕曰：“如不来，当灭汝族。”邕惧，只得应命而至。着见邕大喜，1月3000骑官，拜为侍中，甚减亲厚。
In order to attract people's attention, he recommended Kai Yong's talents. Zhuo ordered him to conquer, but Yong refused to go. Zhuo was angry and sent someone to tell Yong, "If you don't come, your clan will be destroyed." Yong was afraid, so he had to come as ordered. Zhuo was overjoyed to see Yong.
却说少帝与何太后、唐妃困于永安宫中，衣服饮食渐渐少缺，少帝泪不曾干。一日，偶见双燕飞于庭中，遂吟诗一首。诗曰：“嫩草绿凝烟，袅袅双飞燕。”
But he said that the young emperor, the queen mother he and the Tang dynasty were trapped in Yong'an Palace, and their food and clothing were gradually in short supply. The young emperor never shed tears. One day, I saw 2 swallows flying in the courtyard, so I recited a poem. The poem says, "The tender grass is green and the smoke is condensed, and the 2 flying swallows are curling up."
洛水一条清，陌上人称羡。远望碧云深，是五九宫殿。何人帐中意，谢我心中愿。董卓时常使人探听，是日获得此诗，来呈董卓。卓曰：“愿望作诗，杀之有名矣。”
Luo Shui is green, and people on the road admire it. Looking far into the distance, deep into the blue clouds, is my old palace. Who is so loyal and righteous that he can vent the resentment in my heart? Dong Zhuo often asked people to spy on him. I got this poem today and presented it to Dong Zhuo.
遂命李儒带武士10人入宫视帝。帝狱后，妃正在楼上，宫女报李儒至，帝大惊。儒以鸩酒奉帝，帝问何故？儒曰：“春日融合，董相国特上寿酒。”太后曰：“既云寿酒，如可先饮。”
Then Li Ru was ordered to lead 10 warriors into the palace to kill the emperor. The emperor, the queen, and the concubine were upstairs. The maid reported that Li Ru had arrived, and the emperor was shocked. Confucianism served the emperor with poisonous wine, and the emperor asked why. Confucianism said, "The spring is harmonious," and Dong
儒怒曰：“汝不饮耶？”忽左右持短刀白练于前曰：“寿酒不饮，可凌此2物。”唐妃跪告曰：“妾身代帝饮酒，愿公存母子性命。”儒斥曰：“汝何人，可代王死？”乃举酒与何太后曰：
Confucianism said angrily, "You don't want to drink?" He called to the left and right, holding short swords and practicing in front of them, and said, "If you don't drink longevity wine, you can get these 2 things." The Tang concubine knelt down and said, "I drink on behalf of the emperor, and I wish to be saved by the public." The lives of mother and child. The Confucian scholar said, "Who are you to die on behalf of the king?" He raised the wine to the queen mother and said,
汝可先饮。后大骂何进无谋，引贼入京，致有今日之祸。如催逼帝，帝曰：“容我与太后作别。”乃大痛而作歌，其歌曰：“天地一夕日月翻，7万乘息退守藩。”
"Can you drink first?" Later, He scolded He Jin for his lack of plans and led thieves into the capital, which caused today's disaster. Confucianism urged the emperor to force him, and the emperor said, "Allow me to say goodbye to the Queen Mother." He was in great mourning and composed a song, and his song said, "The sky and the earth have changed, the sun and the moon have turned over, and I have abandoned 10,000 vehicles and retreated to the feudal lord."
微臣逼西命不久，大势去西空累山。唐飞亦作歌曰：黄天将崩西后土颓，身为地基惜命不随。生死亦路西从此毕，奈何穷素兮心中悲。歌罢，相抱而哭。
The minister is forced to die soon, and the situation is over, so I can't help but shed tears. The Tang concubine also composed a song saying, "The emperor and heaven are about to collapse, and then the earth will fall." As the emperor's concubine, she will not follow her destiny. Life and death are different paths from now on, but it is so fast, so sad in my heart. After singing, we hugged each other and cried.
李儒叱曰：向国力等回报，汝等讹言，望谁救也？太后大骂：董贼逼我母子，皇天不佑！汝等助恶，必当灭族！如大怒，双手扯住太后，直窜下楼，斥武士绞死唐妃。
Li Ru scolded, "The prime minister is waiting for a reward. You are waiting for Oyan. Who can save you?"
以鸩酒灌杀少帝，环抱董卓，卓命葬于城外。自此每夜入宫，奸淫宫女，夜宿龙床。常引军出城，行到阳城地方，时当2月，村民设赛，男女皆集。卓命军士围住。
The young emperor was killed by pouring poisonous wine with him. I also reported to Dong Zhuo, who was buried outside the city. From then on, he entered the palace every night, raped the maid, and slept on the dragon bed. He tried to lead the army out of the city and marched to Yangcheng. In February, the villagers gathered for a social competition, and both men and women gathered. Sergeant Zhuo Ming surrounded him.
尽皆杀之，掠妇女财物，装在车上，悬头1000余颗于车下，连枕还兜，扬言杀贼大胜而回。于城门外焚烧人头，以妇女财物分散众军。乐其校魏武服，自得于见着残暴。
They killed them all, plundered the women's property, loaded them on the cart, and hung more than 1,000 heads under the cart. Even Jin returned to the capital, threatening to kill the thieves and return in victory. They burned the heads outside the city gate and dispersed the army with the women's property. Wu Fu, the captain of the Yu Cavalry School, whose courtesy name was De Yu, saw Zhuo being cruel.
愤恨不平，常于朝服内披小铠，藏短刀，遇刺便杀卓。一日，卓入朝，伏迎至阁下，拔刀直刺卓。卓气力大，两手扣住，吕布便入，揪倒五服。卓问曰：谁教汝反？伏瞪目大喝曰：
He was resentful, so he wore a small armor and hid a short sword under his court uniform, and killed Zhuo if he wanted to wait for him. One day, when Zhuo entered the court, Fu greeted Yu and drew his sword to stab Zhuo. Zhuo was very powerful and grabbed Wu Fu with both hands. Lu Bu then stepped in and grabbed Wu Fu. Zhuo asked, "Who taught you to rebel?" Fu stared and shouted,
汝非吾君，吾非汝臣，何反之有？汝罪恶盈天，人人愿得而诛之。吾恨不车列汝以谢天下。卓大怒，命牵出剖剐之。夫至死骂不绝口。 后人有诗赞之曰
You are not my king, and I am not your subject, so why should I do the opposite? Your sins fill the heavens, and everyone is willing to find and punish you. I hate to tear you apart to thank the world.
汉末忠臣说五福，冲天豪气世间无。朝堂杀贼名犹在，万古堪称大丈夫。董卓自此出入常带甲士护卫。石元绍在渤海闻知董卓弄权。
Wu Fu, a loyal minister in the late Han dynasty, said that he was so heroic that there was no one in the world. The reputation of killing thieves in the court is still there, and he will be called a man forever. From then on, Dong Zhuo always had soldiers to protect him when he came in and out. When Yuan Shao was in Bohai, he heard that Dong Zhuo was wielding power.
乃差人机密书来见王允。书略曰：捉贼7天废主，人不忍言，而公自其跋扈，如不听闻，岂报国效忠之臣哉？少今集兵练卒，欲扫清王室，未敢轻动。公若有心。
So he sent someone to see Wang Yun with a secret letter. The book says, The traitor deceives the heaven and deposes the master, and people cannot bear to say anything. But the Duke is domineering. If he doesn't listen, how can he serve the country as a loyal minister?
当惩奸图治，如有驱使，即当奉命。王允得书，寻思无计。一日，于是班阁子内见旧臣俱在。允曰：今日老夫见将，晚间赶驱众卫到设小酌。众官皆曰：必来祝寿。
When taking advantage of it. If you are prompted, you should obey the order. Wang Yun got the book and was at a loss for ideas. One day, I saw all the old ministers in the waiting room's pavilion, and Yun said, Today, I will humbly surrender. In the evening, I dare to bow down and come to the house to have a drink. All the officials said, I will definitely come to wish you a birthday.
当晚王允设宴后堂，公卿皆至。酒行数巡，王允忽然掩面大哭。众官惊问曰：司徒贵诞，何故发悲？允曰：今日并非见将，因欲与众位一叙，恐董卓见疑，故拖延耳。
That night Wang Yun held a banquet in the back hall, and all the officials arrived.
董卓欺主弄权，社稷旦夕难保。想高皇诛秦灭楚，言有天下。谁想传至今日，乃丧于董卓之手，此无所以哭也。于是众官皆哭。座中一人抚掌大笑曰：满朝公卿。
Dong Zhuo bullies the master and seizes power, and the country is difficult to protect. I think that Emperor Gao killed Qin and destroyed Chu, and he was on the verge of conquering the world. Whoever wants to pass it on to this day will lose his life at the hands of Dong Zhuo. This is why I cry. Then all the officials cried. One of the people sitting there put his palms in his hands and laughed loudly and said, Young minister of the Manchu dynasty.
夜哭到明，明哭到夜，还能哭死董卓否？允视之，乃骁骑校尉曹操也。允怒曰：如祖宗一时入汉朝，今不思报国而反效也。操曰：吾非效别事，效众位无疑计杀董卓耳。
If you cry at night until dawn, and at dawn until night, can you still cry to death for Dong Zhuo? Yun looked at it and saw that it was Cao Cao, the heroic cavalry captain. Yun said angrily, Your ancestors also lived in the Han dynasty, but now you don't want to serve the country and instead laugh? Cao said, I'm not laughing at anything else.
操虽不才，愿急断董卓头，悬之兜门，以谢天下。允避席问曰： 孟德有何高见？操曰：近日操屈身以示卓者，实欲成奸徒之耳。今卓颇信操，操因得实尽卓。
Although Cao Cao is not talented, I would like to cut off Dong Zhuo's head immediately and hang it on the capital gate to thank the world. Yun avoided the banquet and asked, what is Mengda's advice? Cao said, those who have been stooping to do outstanding things recently really want to take advantage of Jiantu's ears. Today Zhuo has great faith in Cao, and Cao is close to Zhuo because of the right time.
文司徒有7宝刀一口，愿借与操入相府刺杀之，虽死不恨。允曰：孟德国有士心，天下幸甚。遂亲自酌酒奉操。操立酒设事，允随取宝刀与之。操藏刀，饮酒毕。
I heard that Situ had a 7-treasure sword, and I was willing to use it to enter the Prime Minister's mansion to assassinate him. Even if he died, would not hate him.
即起身辞别众官而去。众官又坐了一回，一举散弃。次日，曹操配着宝刀来至襄府，问丞相何在？从人云在小阁中。操进入，见董卓坐于床上，吕布侍立于侧。卓曰：
He stood up and said goodbye to all the officials and left. All the officials sat for another time and then all dispersed. The next day, Cao Cao, wearing a sword, came to the Prime Minister's mansion and asked, where is the Prime Minister? A follower said, in the small pavilion. Cao Cao walked in. Seeing Dong Zhuo sitting on the bed, Lu Bu stood beside him. Zhuo said,
孟德来何迟？操曰：马雷行迟耳。卓故谓部曰：吾有西凉近来好马，奉先可亲，去捡一骑，赐与孟德。部领令而出。操暗忖曰：此贼何死？即欲拔刀刺之，惧卓力大，未敢轻动。
How late is Mengda coming? Cao Cao said, Ma Lei walks late. Zhuogu said to Bu, I have a good horse from Xiliang. I would like to go and pick one and give it to Mengda.
卓胖大不耐久坐，遂倒身而卧，转面向内。操又思曰：此贼当休矣。急撤宝刀在手，恰待要刺，不想董卓仰面看衣镜中，照见曹操在背后拔刀，急回身问曰：孟德何为？
Zhuo Pengda couldn't bear to sit for a long time, so he fell down and turned to face inward. Cao Cao thought again and said, this thief should be put to rest. He quickly grabbed the sword in his hand, just in time to stab him. Dong Zhuo looked up in the mirror and saw Cao Cao drawing the sword from behind. He turned around and asked, what's Mengda doing?
使吕布以牵马至阁外。操惶惧，乃持刀跪下曰：操有宝刀一口，献上恩相。卓皆视之，见其刀长尺余，7宝嵌饰，及其锋利，国宝刀也，遂递与吕布收了。操解鞘腹部。
At that time, Lu Bu had already led his horse outside the pavilion. Cao Cao was frightened, so he knelt down with his sword and said, Cao has a precious sword, and I would like to express my kindness to you. Zhuo then looked at it and saw that the sword was more than a foot long, inlaid with 7 treasures, extremely sharp, and a treasure sword, so he handed it to Lu Bu to collect. Undo the sheath and cloth.
卓引操出阁看马，操谢曰：愿借试一骑。卓就交与安排。操牵马出相府，驾鞭望东南而去。部对卓曰：是来曹操似有行刺之状，即被喝破，故推献刀。卓曰：无意疑之。
Zhuo led Cao out of the pavilion to look at the horses. Chow thanked him and said, I would like to lend you a horse and try riding. Zhuo asked for advice on saddles and bridles. Chow led the horse out of the Prime Minister's mansion, whipped up his whip and looked toward the southeast.
正说话间，阔里如至，着以其事告之。如曰：操无妻小在京，只独居寓所。今差人往召，如彼无疑而便来，则是献刀；如推脱不来，则必是行刺，便可擒而问也。卓然其说。
While he was talking, Li Ru arrived and Zhuo told him what he had done.
即差狱卒4人往唤操，去了良久，回报曰：操不曾回狱，乘马飞出东门。门吏问之，操曰：丞相差我有紧急公事，纵马而去矣。如曰：操贼心虚逃窜，行刺无疑矣。
That is to say, for jailers were sent to summon Chow. After leaving for a long time, he reported back. Chow did not return to his apartment. He rode out of the east gate on horseback. When the gatekeeper asked, Chow said, The Prime Minister sent me on urgent business, and he rode away.
卓大怒曰：我如此重用，反欲害我。如曰：此必有同谋者，待拿住曹操便可知矣。卓遂令变形文书，画影图形，捉拿曹操。擒献者赏1000金，封万户侯；窝藏者同罪。
Zhuo was furious and said, I have been so important to you, but you want to harm me. Confucianism said, there must be an accomplice here, and we will find out when we capture Chow Chow. Zhuo then ordered all the documents and drawings to capture Chow Chow. Capture those who donate will be rewarded with thousands of gold, and will be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 households. Those who harbor will be punished with the same crime.
且说曹操逃出城外，飞奔谯郡，路经中牟县，为守关军士所获，擒见县令。操言：我是客商，复姓黄甫。县令熟视曹操，沉吟半晌，乃曰：吾前在洛阳求官时。
Let us say that Chow Chow escaped from the city and rushed to Chiao County. Passing through Zhongmu County, he was captured by the guarding sergeant and captured by the county magistrate.
曾任的汝是曹操，如何隐晦？且把来监下，明日借去京师请赏。把官军士赐以酒食而去。至夜分，县令唤亲随人暗地取出曹操，直至后院中审究，问曰：
I once recognized you as Chow Chow, how could you hide it? He will be put in prison and sent to the capital tomorrow to ask for a reward. The sergeant at the gate was given wine and food and left. At night, the county magistrate called for his followers to take Chow Chow out secretly and went to the backyard for interrogation. He asked,
我闻丞相待汝不薄，何故自取其祸？操曰：燕雀安知鸿鹄志哉？汝既拿住我，便当解去请赏，何必多问？县令平退左右，谓操曰：汝休小觑我，我非俗吏，奈为欲其主耳。
I heard that the Prime Minister treats you well. Why do you bring disaster upon yourself? Chow Chow said, How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Now that you have caught me, you can untie me and ask for your reward. Why ask more? The county magistrate retreated to the left and right sides and said to Chow, Don't underestimate me. I am not a common official, but I have never met his master.
操曰：吾祖宗世时汉禄，若不思报国，与禽兽何异？吾屈身世浊者，欲乘剑屠之，为国除害耳。今事不成，乃天意也。县令曰：孟得此行，将欲何往？操曰： 吾将归乡里发矫诏。
Chow Chow said, My ancestors have lived in Han Dynasty for generations. If they don't think about serving the country, how are they any different from animals? I have bent my body to serve outstanding people, and I want to take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate harm for the country. It is God's will that things cannot be done now. The county magistrate. He asked, Where will Mengda go on this trip? Chow Chow said, I will return to my hometown and issue an imperial edict.
召天下诸侯兴兵共诛董卓，吾之愿也。县令闻言，乃亲视其父，扶之上座，再拜曰：“公真天下忠义之士也。”曹操亦拜，问县令姓名。县令曰：“吾姓陈，名公，字公台，老母妻子。”
Summon all the princes in the world to raise troops to kill Dong Zhuo. This is my wish. When the county magistrate heard this, he personally released his bindings, helped him sit up, and bowed again, saying, You are truly the most loyal and righteous person in the world. Chow Chow also paid his respects and asked the county magistrate his name. The magistrate said, My surname is Chen, my given name is Gong, and my courtesy name is Gong Tai. Mother and wife.
皆在东郡。今感公忠义，愿弃一官，从公而逃。操甚喜。是夜陈宫收拾盘费，与曹操更衣一服，各背剑一口，乘马投故乡来。行了3日，至城高地方，天色向晚。
They are all in Dongjun. Now that I feel loyal to the public, I am willing to give up an official position and run away from the public. Chow Chow was very happy.
操一边指临深处谓公曰：“此间有一人姓吕，名伯奢，是吾父结义弟兄，就往问家中消息，密一宿，如何？”公曰：“最好。”二人至庄前下马，入见伯奢。奢曰：“我闻朝廷遍行文书。”
Chow pointed his whip at the depths of the forest and said to the palace, There is a man here named Luan Bosch, who is my father's sworn brother. So I went to ask for news at home and find a place to stay. How about it? Gong said, The best. When people arrived at the village, they dismounted and went in to see Bosch. She said, I heard that the imperial court issued documents all over the place.
捉汝甚急，汝父已避陈留去了。汝如何得至此？操告以前事，曰：若非陈县令，已焚骨碎身矣。伯奢拜陈公曰：小侄若非使君，曹氏灭门矣。使君宽怀安坐。
I'm very anxious to capture you. Your father has already avoided Chen Lu. How did you get here? Chow Chow told about the past and said, If it weren't for County Magistrate Chen, my bones would have been shattered into pieces. Bosch paid homage to Chen Gong and said, If my nephew had not envoyed the emperor, the Chow family would have been destroyed. May you sit in peace and comfort.
今晚便可下榻草舍。说罢，即起身入内。良久乃出，谓陈公曰：老夫家无好酒，容往西村姑一樽来相待。言讫，匆匆上驴而去。操与公作酒，忽闻庄后有磨刀之声。
You can stay in the thatched cottage tonight. After saying that, he stood up and went inside. After a long time, he came out and said to Chen Gong, I don't have good wine at home. How about I go to the West Village and buy a bottle for you? After saying that, he hurriedly got on the donkey and left.
操曰：吕伯奢非吾至亲，此去可疑，当切听之。二人前步入草堂后，但闻人语曰：父而杀之，何如？操曰： 是矣。今若不先下手，必遭擒获。遂与公拔剑直入，不问男女，皆杀之。
Chow Chow said, Lu Bosh is not a close relative of mine. He is here suspiciously and should be eavesdropped. After the two sneaked into the thatched cottage, they heard someone saying, What if I tie him up and kill him? Chow Chow said, That's right. If you don't strike first, you will be captured. Then he drew his sword and went straight in, killing both men and women.
一连杀死8口，搜至厨下，却见复一株欲杀。公曰：孟德心多，误杀好人矣。即出庄上马而行，行不到2里，只见伯奢驴鞍前桥悬酒2瓶，手携果菜而来，叫曰：
Killed 8 people in a row. After searching the kitchen, he found a pig bound and about to be killed. Gong said, Mengda was too careless and accidentally killed a good man. He hurriedly left the village and mounted his horse. Less than 2 miles away, I saw Bosch coming with 2 bottles of wine hanging in front of his donkey's saddle, carrying fruits and vegetables, and called out,
贤之与使君，何故便去？操曰：被罪之人，不敢久住。伯奢曰：吾已吩咐家人宰1株相款，贤侄，使君何增1宿？速请转骑。操不顾，策马便行。行不数步，忽拔剑复回。
Why did the wise nephew and the envoy go so far? Chow Chow said, Those who have been convicted do not dare to stay for a long time. Bosch said, I have paid my family to kill a pig.
叫伯奢曰：此来者何人？伯奢回头看时，操挥剑砍伯奢于驴下。公大惊曰：是财物耳，今何为也？操曰：伯奢到家，见杀死多人，安肯甘休？若率众来追，必遭其祸矣。公曰：
He called Bosch and said, Who is here? When Bosch looked back, Chow swung his sword and chopped Bosch under the donkey. Gongda was shocked and said, I just made a mistake. What should I do now? Chow Chow said, Bosch came home and saw many people killed. How can he rest peacefully? If he leads the crowd to chase him, he will be in trouble. Gong said,
知而故杀，大不义也。操曰：宁叫我负天下人，休叫天下人负我。陈公默然。当夜，横数里，月明中敲开客店门投宿。喂饱了马，曹操先睡。陈公寻思，
Killing someone knowingly is a great injustice. Chow Chow said, I would rather teach me to betray the people of the world than teach the people of the world to betray me. Chen Gong was silent.
我将为曹操是好人，弃官跟他，原来是个狼心之徒。今日留之，必为后患。便欲拔剑来杀曹操。正是涉心狠毒非良士，操州原来一路人。毕竟曹操性命如何？
I would say that Chow Chow is a good man and abandon his official position to follow him. It turns out that he is a wolf-hearted man. If you keep it today, it will cause trouble in the future. Then he wanted to draw his sword to kill Chow Chow. It is exactly. He is a vicious and evil man, but Chow Zhua is a member of the same group. After all, what is Chow Chow's life?
且听下文分解。第5回，发角赵朱镇应曹公，破官兵3英战吕布。却说陈宫临御下手杀曹操，忽转念曰：我为国家跟他到此，杀之不义，不若弃而他亡。
Let's hear the breakdown below. The 5th chapter issued an edict to all towns to respond to Chao Gong's defeat of the pass and the 3 heroes to fight with Lu Bu.
插剑上马，不等天明，自投东郡去了。操觉不见陈公，寻思此人见我说了这2句，以我不仁，弃我而去，吾当即行，不可久留。遂连夜到陈留，寻见父亲，备说前事。
He inserted his sword and mounted his horse, and before dawn, he surrendered to Dongjun. When Chao felt that he didn't see Qin Gong, he thought, "This man saw me saying these 2 sentences and suspected me of being unkind, so he abandoned me. I must leave in a hurry and cannot stay for a long time."
欲散家资，招募义兵。复言资少恐不成事。此间有孝廉魏弘，疏财仗义，其家巨富，若得相助，是可图矣。操之久张言，拜请魏弘到家，告曰：今汉室无主，董卓专权。
If you want to disperse family wealth, recruit volunteers. My father said, if you have few resources, you may not be able to accomplish anything. Here is Wei Hong, a filial and honest man who spares money and is righteous. His family is very rich. If we can get help, things can go well. A banquet was held, and Wei Hong was invited home and said, now the Han dynasty has no owner, and Dong Zhuo has exclusive power.
欺君害民，天下切齿。操欲立服社稷，恨力不足。公乃忠义之士，敢求相助。魏弘曰：吾有事心久矣，恨未遇英雄耳。既孟德有大志，愿将家资相助。操大喜，于是先发矫诏。
If you deceive the emperor and harm the people, the world will gnash its teeth. Chao wants to support the country with all his strength, but hates the lack of strength. You are a loyal man, dare to ask for help. Wei Hong said, I have been thinking about this for a long time, and I regret that I have never met a hero. Since Mengda has great ambitions, he is willing to help with his family's financial resources.
持报各道，然后召集义兵，竖起招兵白旗一面，上书忠义2字。不数日间，应募之士如雨骈集。一日，有一个阳平魏国人，姓乐，名进，字文谦，来投曹操。
Report to each road, then recruit volunteers, put up a white flag for recruitment, and write the word loyalty. In a few days, the people who applied for the job gathered like rain. One day, a man from the Yangping Wei kingdom named Lu Jin and Wen Xian came to vote for Cao Cao.
又有一个山阳巨鹿人，姓李，名典，字曼成，也来投曹操。操皆留为帐前吏。又有沛国谯人夏侯惇，字元让，乃夏侯婴之后，自小习枪棒，年14从师学武，有人辱骂其师。
Another man from Julu, Shanyang, whose surname was Li, given name Dian, and courtesy name Mancheng, also came to join Cao Cao. Cao Cao was left as a clerk in front of the account. There was also Xiahou Dun, a native of Pei State, named Yuan Rang, who was after Xiahou Ying.
敦杀之，逃于外方。闻知曹操起兵，与其族弟夏侯渊2个，各引壮士1000人来会。此2人本操之弟兄，操父曹嵩原是夏侯氏之子，过访与曹家，因此是同族。不数日，
He was afraid of killing him and fled abroad. When he heard that Cao Cao had raised an army, he and his brother Xia Hoyuan each brought thousands of strong men to meet him. These 2 were brothers of Cao Cao. Cao Song, Chao's father, was originally the son of the Xiahou family. He had a marriage relationship with the Cao family, so they were of the same clan. countless days.
曹氏兄弟曹仁、曹洪各引兵1000余来助。曹仁字子孝，曹洪字子廉，二人弓马熟娴，武艺精通。曹大喜，于村中调练军马。魏洪进出家财，置办衣甲旗幡，四方送粮食者。
Chao brothers Chao Ren and Chao Hong each led more than 1,000 troops to help. Chao Ren was named Zixiao, and Chao Hong was named Zilian. They were both skilled in bow and horse, and proficient in martial arts. Chao was overjoyed and trained military horses in the village. Wei Hong spent all his money as a monk to buy clothes, armor, flags, and banners. Those who send food to all directions.
不计其数，石元绍的操矫诏，乃据麾下文武，引兵3万，离渤海来与曹操会盟。操作檄文以达诸郡。檄文曰：操等仅以大义布告天下，董卓7天往地。
Countless. At that time, Yuan Shao had to correct the imperial edict, so he gathered his civil and military forces, led 30,000 troops, and left the Bohai Sea to form an alliance with Cao Cao. Operate the proclamation to reach all counties. The proclamation said, Cao et al. Would like to declare to the world with great righteousness, Dong Zhuo deceived heaven and ignored the earth.
灭国弑君，秽乱宫禁，残害生灵，狼戾不仁，罪恶冲击。今奉天子密诏，大集义兵，誓欲扫清华夏，剿戮群凶。望兴义师，共协公愤，扶持王室，拯救黎民。檄文到日，可速奉行。
Destroy the country and kill the king, destroy the palace and destroy the living beings. Be ruthless and unkind, and accumulate evil. Today, according to the emperor's secret edict, a large number of righteous soldiers are gathered, vowing to wipe out the central plains and kill all the evil forces. Hope Xingxing Yishi will vent public anger together, support the royal family and save the people. When the message arrives, it can be implemented quickly.
操发檄文去后，各镇诸侯皆起兵相应。第一镇，后将军南阳太守袁术；第二镇，冀州刺史韩馥；第三镇，豫州刺史孔宙；第四镇，兖州刺史刘岱；第五镇。
After Chao sent out the message, all the princes in each town raised troops to respond. In the first town, the general later, Nanyang prefect Yuan Shu. In the second town, Han Fu, the governor of Jizhou. In the third town, Kong Min, the governor of Yuzhou.
河内郡太守王匡。第六镇，陈留太守张邈。第七镇，东郡太守乔茂。第八镇，山阳太守袁仪。第九镇，济北相报信。第十镇，北海太守孔融。第11镇，广陵太守张超。
Wang Quang, the governor of Hanoi County. In the sixth town, Zhang Miao, the governor of Chenlu. In the seventh town, Xiao Mao, the governor of Dongjun. In the eighth town, Yuan Yi, the governor of Shanyang. In the ninth town, Jibei Prime Minister Bao Xian. In the 10th town, Kong Rong, the governor of Beihai. In the 11th town, Zhang Chao, the prefect of Guangling.
第12镇，徐州刺史陶谦。第13镇，西凉太守马腾。第14镇，北平太守公孙瓒。第15镇，上党太守张扬。第16镇，乌程侯长沙太守孙坚。第17镇。
In the 12th town, Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou. In the 13th town, Ma Teng, the governor of Xiliang. In the 14th town, Gongsun Zan, the governor of Peking. In the 15th town, Zhangyang, the governor of Shandong.
齐襄侯渤海太守袁绍，诸路军马多少不等，有3万者，有1、2万者，各领文官武将，投洛阳来。且说北平太守公孙瓒，统领精兵15000，路经德州平原县。
Yuan Shao, the Marquis of Qixiang and the governor of Bohai. The various armies and horses, ranging in number from 30,000 to 10,000 to 20,000, each led civil servants and generals to surrender to Luoyang. Let's say Gongsun Zan, the governor of Peking, commanded 15,000 elite troops and passed through Pingyuan County, Dezhou.
正行之间，遥见桑树丛中一面黄旗，竖旗来迎。赞视之，乃刘玄德也。赞问曰：“贤弟何故在此？”玄德曰：“旧日蒙兄保备为平原县令，今闻大军过此，将来奉候。”
While walking, I saw a yellow flag among the mulberry trees in the distance, and several horses were coming to greet me. Zan regarded it as Lu Xuanda. Zan asked, "Why are you here, dear brother?" Xuanda said, "In the past, Brother Meng served as the magistrate of Pingyuan County. Now I heard that a large army has passed here, and I will wait for you in the future."
就请兄长入城歇马。赞指关张而问曰：“此何人也？”玄德曰：“此关羽、张飞被结义兄弟也。”赞曰：“乃同破黄巾者乎？”玄德曰：“皆此2人之列。”赞曰：“今居何职？”玄德答曰：
He asked his brother to go into the city and rest his horse. Zan pointed to Guan and Zhang and asked, "Who is this?" Xuanda said, "Guan Yu and Zhang Fei are sworn brothers." Zan said, "Are they the same as those who broke the yellow turban?" Xuanda said, "It's all the power of these 2 people." Zan asked, "What position do you hold now?" Xuanda replied,
关羽为马弓手，张飞为步弓手。赞叹曰：“如此可谓埋没英雄。今董卓作乱，天下诸侯共往诛之。贤弟可弃此悲观，一同讨贼，立服汉室，若何？”玄德曰：“愿往。”张飞曰：
Guan Yu is the horse archer and Zhang Fei is the foot archer. Zan sighed and said, "This can be said to be a hero buried. Now Dong Zhuo is causing trouble, and all the princes in the world are going to punish him.
当时若容我杀了此贼，免有今日之事。”云长曰：“事已至此，即当收拾前去。”玄德、关张引数骑跟公孙瓒来，曹操接着。众诸侯亦陆续接至，各自安营下寨。
If I had been allowed to kill this thief at that time, I would have avoided what happened today. Yun Chang said, "The matter has come to this, it is time to pack up and go forward." Xuanda, Guan, and Zhang led several cavalry to follow Gongsun Zan, and Cao Cao followed. All the princes also arrived one after another, and each set up camp in the camp.
连接200余里，操乃宰牛杀马，大会诸侯，商议进兵之策。太守王匡曰：“今奉大义，必立盟主，众听约束，然后进兵。”操曰：“原本出43公，门多故吏，汉朝名相之意。”
Connected for more than 200 miles.
可为盟主。少再三推辞，众皆曰：“非本出不可。”少方应允。次日筑台3层，便列5方旗帜，上见白毛黄钺，兵符将印，请少登坛。少整衣佩剑，慨然而上，焚香再拜。其盟曰：
can be the leader. Xiao declined again and again, and everyone said it had to be Ben Chu, so Xiao agreed. The next day, he built a 3-story platform with flags from all directions. On top of it, there were white axes and yellow axes, military talismans and general seals, and he invited Xiao to come to the altar. Xiao dressed in all his clothes. The sword was raised generously, and the incense was burned before worshipping. The alliance said,
汉室不幸，黄冈失统，贼臣董卓诚信纵害，祸加至尊，虐流百姓。少等俱社稷沦丧，纠合义兵，并赴国难。凡我同盟，齐心戮力，以至臣节，必无二致。由于此盟，
The Han dynasty was in misfortune and the imperial authority was lost. The thief Dong Zhuo took advantage of the provocation to cause harm to the supreme being and tortured the people. Xiao and others were afraid of the loss of the country, so they gathered volunteers and went to the national disaster. All our allies must work together to achieve integrity, and we must have the same ambition. There is an alliance between Chongqing and Chongqing.
彼坠其命，无克以御。皇天厚土，祖宗明灵，时皆见之。独必歃血，众因其辞气慷慨，皆涕泗横流。歃血已罢，下坛。众扶少升帐而坐，两行依爵位年齿分列坐定。
If he falls to his fate, he will not be able to inherit his legacy. The emperor, the queen, the earth, the ancestors are wise. We all learn from this fact. After reading the poem, everyone burst into tears because of its generous words. When you have finished wiping the blood, go down to the altar. The crowd helped Xiao to sit up in the tent, and the 2 rows sat in rows according to their titles and ages.
操行九数旬，言曰：今日既立盟主，各听调遣，同服国家，勿以强弱计较。袁绍曰：少虽不才，既成功等推为盟主，有功必赏，有罪必罚。国有常刑，君有纪律，各宜遵守。
Qiao went on a drinking tour and said, Today we have established alliance leaders. Each of them will listen to orders and work together to support the country. Don't care about strength. Yuan shall
勿得为犯。众皆曰：唯命是听。绍曰：吾弟袁术总督粮草，应付诸营，无时有缺。更需一人为先锋，直抵泗水关挑战。于各据险要，以为接应。 长沙太守孙坚出曰：
Don't violate it. Everyone said that they were just following orders.
坚愿为前部。绍曰：文台勇烈，可当此任。坚遂引本部人马杀奔泗水关来。守关将士差流星马往洛阳城相府告急。董卓自专大权之后，每日饮宴。 李儒接的告急文书
Firmly willing to be the front part. Xiao said, Wen Tai is a brave man who can take up this post. Jian then led his men and horses to kill Sisui Pass. The guards guarding the pass sent meteor horses to the prime minister's house in Luoyang to report the emergency. After Dong Zhuo took power, he had banquets every day. Li Ru received the urgent document.
近来秉卓，卓大惊，急聚众将商议。温侯吕布挺身出曰：“父亲勿虑，关外诸侯不视之如草芥，愿提虎狼之师，尽斩其首，悬于都门。”卓大喜曰：“吾有奉先，高枕无忧矣。”
Come to show your talent. Zhuo was shocked and hurriedly gathered the generals to discuss. Lu Bu, the Marquis of Wen, stepped forward and said, Father, don't worry. The princes outside the pass regard them as grass and mustard. I am willing to pick up all the tiger and wolf masters, behead them, and hang them in the capital. Zhuadashi said, I have served first, so I can rest easy.
言未决，吕布背后一人高声出曰：“割鸡焉用牛刀？不劳温侯亲往。吾斩中诸侯首级，如探囊取物耳。着视之，其人身长9尺，虎体狼腰，豹头猿臂，关西人也，姓华，名雄。”
Before he finished speaking, a person behind Lubu shouted loudly, How can I use an ox knife to cut a chicken? I don't need to bother Marquis Wen to come in person. I will cut off the heads of all the princes, just like picking out ears from a bag.
卓闻言大喜，加为骁骑校尉，拨马步军5万，同李肃、胡轸、赵岑星夜副官迎敌。众诸侯内有极北向报信，寻思孙坚既为前部，怕他夺了头功，暗拨其弟报中。
Zhuo was overjoyed when he heard this and was promoted to the captain of the Xiaoqi school. He mobilized 50,000 horse and infantry troops and went to the pass to meet the enemy with Li Su, Hu Zhen, and Zhao Cun at night. Among the princes, Bao Xian, the prime minister of Jibei, thought that since Sun Jian was in the front, he was afraid that he would take the lead, so he secretly mobilized his younger brother Bao Zhong.
先将马步军3000径抄小路，直到关下搦战。华雄引铁骑500飞下关来，大喝：“贼将休走！”报中急待退，被华雄手起刀落，斩于马下，生擒将校极多。
First, the horse and infantry troops were 3,000, and they took the alleys until they reached the pass to fight. Hua Xiong led 500 iron cavalry, flew down from the pass, and shouted, "The thief will leave." Bao Zhong was eager to retreat, but Hua Xiong raised his sword and killed him under his horse. Many generals were captured alive.
华雄遣人击报中首级来，相府报捷，卓家雄为都督。却说孙坚引4将直至关前。那4将，第一个，右北平土银人，姓程，名普，字德谋，是一条铁戟蛇矛。第二个，姓黄。
Hua Xiong sent someone to accompany Bao Zhong's head to the prime minister's mansion to report the victory, and Zhuo Jiaxiong became the governor. But he said that Sun Jian led 4 generals to the pass. Those 4 generals? The first one is from Tuyin, Yubiping. His surname is Cheng, given name is Pu, and given name is Demu. He makes an iron-spined snake spear. The second one is named Huang.
名盖，字公父，零陵人也，石铁鞭。第三个，姓韩，名当，字义公，辽西令之人也，使一口大刀。第四个，姓祖，名茂，字大荣，吴郡富春人也，使双刀。孙坚披烂银铠，裹赤泽。
The name Guy, whose courtesy name is Gongfu, is from Lingling, and he makes an iron whip. The third one, whose surname is Han, whose given name is Dang, whose courtesy name is Zigong, is from Lingji in western Liaoning, and who makes a broadsword. The fourth one, whose surname is Zhu, whose given name is Mao, whose given name is Mao Darong, a native of Fuchen, Wu County, wields 2 swords. Sun Jian was wearing a battered silver armor and a red turban.
横骨定刀，骑花鬃马，指关上而骂曰：“助恶匹夫，何不早降？”华雄副将胡轸引兵5000出关迎战，程普飞马挺矛，直取胡轸。斗不数合，程普刺中胡轸咽喉，死于马下。
Hungu Dingdao, riding a horse with a colorful mane, pointed at the gate and cursed, "You help the evil man, why don't you surrender early? Hua Xiong's deputy general Hu Zhen led 5,000 troops out of the gate to fight. Qing Pu's flying horse raised his spear and took Hu Zhen directly. After a long fight, Qing Pu stabbed Hu Zhen in the throat and died under his horse.
监徽军直杀至关前，关上矢石如雨。孙坚引兵回至梁东屯驻，使人于袁绍处报捷，就与袁术处催粮。或说数曰：孙坚乃江东猛虎，若打破洛阳，杀了董卓。
Jian led his troops to fight straight to the front of the pass, and the arrows from the pass were like rain. Sun Jian led his troops back to Liangdong to camp, sent people to Yuan Shao's place to report the victory, and sent troops to Yuan Shu's place to collect grain. Or the saying goes, Sun Jian is a fierce tiger from the east of the Yangtze River. If he breaks through Luoyang, he will kill Dongjua.
正是除狼而得虎也。今不与粮，彼军必散。庶听之，不发粮草。孙坚军缺食，军中自乱，细作报上官来。李肃谓华雄谋曰：今夜我引义军从小路下关，袭孙坚寨后。
It is to get rid of the wolf and get the tiger. If we don't give them food now, their army will disperse. Shu heard this and did not distribute food and grass. Sun Jian's army was short of food and the army was in chaos. A detailed report was sent to the pass. Li Su advised Hua Xiong and said, Tonight I will lead an army to go down the pass by a small road and attack the back of Sun Jian's stronghold.
将军击其前寨，坚可擒矣。熊从之，传令军士饱餐，乘夜下关。是夜月白风清，到坚寨时已是半夜，鼓噪直进。坚慌忙披挂上马，正与华雄。两马相交，斗不数合。
The general attacked the stronghold in front of him, which was strong enough to capture him. Xiong followed, and ordered the sergeants to have a good meal and go down to the pass at night. It was a clear night with a white moon and a clear breeze. When they arrived at Jianzhai, it was already midnight, and they marched forward with a lot of noise. Jian hurriedly put on his horse and mounted his horse, and met Hua Xiong. The two horses met each other, and the fight was endless.
后面李肃军到，竟天架放起火来，监军乱窜，众将各自混战，只有祖茂跟定孙坚突围而走。背后华雄追来，坚取剑，连放2箭，皆被华雄躲过。再放第3箭时，
Later, Li Sujuan arrived and set fire to the sky. The strong army was in chaos. All the generals fought in a melee, except Zhu Mao and Ding Sun Jian, who broke through and left. Hua Xiong is chasing after him.
因用力太猛，拽折了却化弓，只得弃弓纵马而奔。祖茂曰：主公头上赤则射目，为贼所识认，可脱则与某代之。兼就脱则换帽盔，分2路而走。雄军指望赤则者追赶。
Because he used too much force, he broke the magpie bow, so he had to abandon the bow and run on horseback. Zhu Mao said, The red turban on my lord's head is pointed at the eyes, which will be recognized by thieves. You can take off the turban and wear it with someone. Jian took off the turban, changed into a Mao helmet, and walked away in 2 ways. The heroic army only hopes for the red-headed men to pursue them.
坚乃从小路得脱。祖茂被华雄追击，将赤则挂于人家烧不尽的亭柱上，却入树林潜躲。华雄军于月下遥见赤则，四面为定，不敢近前，用箭射之，方知是计。
Hardness is taken away from the path. Zhu Mao was chased by Hua Xiong, so he hung his red ribbon on a courtyard pillar that could not be burned, but went into hiding in the woods. Hua Xiong's army saw the red gauze in the distance under the moon. They surrounded it on all sides and did not dare to approach. Shoot it with an arrow and you will know what the plan is.
遂向前取了斥责。祖茂于林后杀出，挥双刀欲劈华雄。熊大喝一声，将祖茂一刀砍于马下。杀至天明，熊方引兵上关。程普、黄盖、韩当都来寻见孙坚。
Then he went forward and took the red turban. Zhu Mao rushed out from behind the forest, swinging his swords to chop Hua Xiong. Xiong gave a loud shout and slashed Zhu Mao under his horse. They fought until dawn, and then the heroes led their troops to the pass. Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, and Han Dang all came to see Sun Jian.
再收拾军马屯扎。坚卫折了祖茂，伤感不已。星夜遣人报之袁绍。绍大惊曰：“不想孙文台败于华雄之手。”便聚众诸侯商议。众人都到，只有公孙瓒后至，绍请入帐列坐。
Then pack up the troops and horses and camp them out. Jian was deeply saddened by the loss of Zhu Mao and sent someone to report to Yuan Shao at Starry Night. Shao was shocked and said, "I don't want Sun Wentai to be defeated by Hua Xiong." Then he gathered all the princes to discuss. Everyone arrived, only Gongsun Zan came later, and invited him to sit in the tent.
绍曰：“前日鲍将军之地不遵调遣，擅自进兵，杀身丧命，折了许多军士。今者孙文台又败于华雄，错动锐气，未知奈何。”诸侯并皆不语。绍举目便是。
Shao said, "The day before yesterday, General Bao's brother disobeyed orders and went into the army without authorization, killing himself and killing many soldiers. Today, Sun Wentai was defeated by Hua Xiong again. What can be done to dampen his spirit?" None of the princes said anything. Shao raised his eyes and looked around.
见公孙瓒背后立着3人，容貌异常，都在那里冷笑。绍问曰：“公孙太守背后何人？”赞呼玄德出曰：“此吾自幼同舍兄弟，平原令刘备是也。”曹操曰：“莫非破黄金刘玄德乎？”
Seeing 3 people standing behind Gongsun Zan, they all looked strange and sneered. Shao asked, "Who is behind the prefect Gongsun?" Zan called Xuanda out and said, "I have been a brother since childhood, and Liu Bei is the commander of Pingyuan." Cao Cao asked, "Is it Liu Xuanda who broke the yellow turban?"
赞曰：“然。”即令刘玄德拜见。赞将玄德功劳并其出身细说一遍。绍曰：“既是汉室宗派，取坐来。”令坐。备训谢。绍曰：“吾非敬汝名爵，吾敬汝是帝室之胄耳。”玄德乃坐于末位。
Zan said, "Of course." He immediately ordered Liu Xuanda to pay his respects. Zan described Xuanda's achievements and background in detail. Shao said, "Since it is the Han Dynasty sect, come and sit down." He ordered him to sit down. "Thank you." Shao said, "I don't respect you as a noble, I respect you as the prince of the imperial family." Xuanda sat at the bottom.
关张插手势力于后。忽探子来报，华雄引铁骑下关，用长杆挑着孙太守斥责，来寨前大骂诺战。绍曰：“谁敢去战？”袁术背后转出骁将于射曰：“小将愿往。”绍喜。
Guan and Zhang stood behind with their hands crossed. Suddenly a spy came to report. Hua Xiong led his iron cavalry down the pass, carried Prefect Sun's red headband on a long pole, and came to the stronghold to curse and challenge him to fight. Xiao said, "Who dares to fight?" Yu Shi, the brave general, came out from behind Yuan Shu. Said, "Young general is willing to go." Xiao Shi
便着于射出马，及时报来，于射与华雄战不三合，被华雄斩了。众大惊。太守韩馥曰：“吾有上将潘凤可斩华雄。”少即令出战。潘凤手提大斧上马，去不多时，飞马来报。
Then he asked Yu Shi to go out. Immediately the report came. Yu Shi fought with Hua Xiong and was killed by Hua Xiong. Everyone was shocked. The prefect Han Fu said, "I have General Pan Feng who can kill Hua Xiong." Xiao urgently ordered to fight. Pan Feng mounted the horse with a big axe in hand. Not long after leaving, Pegasus came to report.
潘凤又被华雄斩了，众皆失色。少曰：“可惜吾上将颜良文丑未至，得一人在此，何惧华雄？”言未毕，阶下一人大呼出曰：“小将愿往斩华雄头，献于帐下。”众视之。
Pan Feng was beheaded by Hua Xiong again. Everyone was pale. Xiao said, "It's a pity that my generals Yan Liang and Wen Chou have not arrived yet. If you have one person here, why be afraid of Hua Xiong?" Before he finished speaking, someone at the bottom of the steps shouted, "Young general is willing to cut off Hua Xiong's head and offer it under the tent." Everyone is watching.
见其人身长9尺，然长2尺，丹凤眼，卧蚕眉，面如重枣，声如巨钟，立于帐前。少问何人？公孙瓒曰：“此刘玄德之弟关羽也。”少问现居何职？赞曰：“跟随刘玄德冲马攻守。”
I saw that his body was 9 feet long, his beard was 2 feet long, he had red phoenix eyes, lying silkworm eyebrows, his face was like a heavy jujube, and his voice was like a huge bell, standing in front of the tent. Xiao asked who it was. Gong Sunzan said, "This is Lu Xuanda's younger brother Guan Yu." Xiao asked what his current position was. Zan said, "Follow Lu Xuanda and serve as a horse archer."
帐上袁术大喝曰：“汝欺无众诸侯无大将也！良义攻守，安敢乱言？与我打戳！”曹操即止之曰：“公路息怒。此人既出大言，必有勇略，是叫出马。如其不胜，则之未迟。”袁绍曰：
Yuan Shu shouted loudly in the tent, "You deceive all our princes and have no generals? How dare you speak nonsense if you measure an archer? Fight with me." Cao Cao stopped hastily and said, "Calm down the road. Since this man speaks big words, he must be brave. If he fails to win, it is not too late to punish him."
11攻守出战，必被华雄所笑。操曰：“此人仪表不俗，华雄安知他是攻守？”关公曰：“如不胜，请斩某头。”操叫师热酒一杯，与关公饮了上马。关公曰：“酒且斟下，某去便来。”
If you send an archer into battle, you will be laughed at by Hua Xiong. Cao Cao said, "This man has a good appearance. Does Hua Xiong know that he is an archer?" Guan Gong said, "If you can't win, please behead someone." Cao Jiao made a cup of hot wine, drank it with Guan Gong and got on his horse. Guan Gong said, "Pour down the wine." I will come as soon as I leave.
出帐提刀，飞身上马。众诸侯听得关外鼓声大震，喊声大举，如天摧地塌，越撼山崩，众皆失惊。正欲探听，銮铃响处，马到中军，云长提华雄之头置于地上。其酒上问。
He came out of the tent, picked up his sword, and flew on his horse. All the princes heard the loud beating of drums and loud shouts outside the pass, as if the sky was shattering and the earth was falling, and the mountains were shaking and the mountains were collapsing, and everyone was shocked. Just as he was about to inquire, at the sound of the Luan bell, the horse arrived at the center of the army. Yun Cheng picked up Hua Xiong's head and threw it to the ground. The wine is still warm.
后人有诗赞之曰：威震乾坤第一功，辕门画鼓响咚咚。云长亭展诗英勇，酒上温食斩华雄。曹操大喜，只见玄德背后转出张飞，高声大叫：俺哥哥斩了华雄。
Later generations wrote a poem praising it, saying, The most powerful work in controlling the world, the painted drums on the gate of the camp ring every winter. Yun Cheng stopped the wine to show his bravery, and when the wine was still warm, he killed Hua Xiong. Cao Cao was overjoyed. Zhang Fei appeared behind Xuanda and shouted loudly, My brother has killed Hua Xiong.
不就这里杀入关去，活拿董卓，更待何时？袁术大怒，喝曰：俺大臣上自谦让，亮一县令手下小卒，安敢在此耀武扬威？都与赶出帐去。曹操曰：得功者赏，何计贵贱乎？
How long will it take to enter the pass here and capture Dong Zhuo alive? Yuan Shu was furious and shouted, I am still humble enough to show off my power to a county magistrate's subordinates. Everyone was kicked out of the tent. Cao Cao said, Those who achieve merit will be rewarded, so why should they be considered noble or inferior?
袁术曰：既然公等只中一县令，我当告退。操曰：岂可因一言而误大事也？命公孙瓒且待玄德、关张回寨。众官皆散。曹操暗使人击牛九抚慰3人。
Yuan Shu said, Since I only value one county magistrate, I should resign. Cao Cao said, How can I miss a big event just by saying a word? He ordered Gongsun Zan to take Xuanda, Guan, and Zhang back to the stronghold. All the officials dispersed. Cao Cao secretly sent someone to drink wine with cows to appease the 3 of them.
却说华雄手下败军报上关来，李肃慌忙写告急文书，声闻董卓。卓即据李儒、吕布等商议。儒曰：今失了上将华雄，贼势浩大。袁绍为盟主，少叔袁奎现为太傅。
But he said that Hua Xiong's army was defeated and reported to the pass. Li Su hurriedly wrote an emergency document to inform Dong Zhuo. Zhuo urgently gathered Li Ru, Lu Bu, and others to discuss. Confucianism said, Now that we have lost our general Hua Xiong, the bandit force is huge. Yuan Shao is the leader of the alliance, and Shao's uncle Yuan Wei is now the Taifu.
倘或里应外合，身为不便，可先除之。请丞相亲领大军，分拨剿捕。卓然其说，唤李崔、郭汜领兵500，围住太傅袁伟家，不分老幼，尽皆诛绝。先将袁奎首级去关前号令。
If the inside should be combined with the outside, which is deeply inconvenient, you can eliminate it first. Please ask the Prime Minister to lead the army and divide it into groups to suppress and arrest. Zhuo Ran said, call Li Chui and Guosi to lead 500 troops, surround the house of Grand Tutor Yuan Wei, kill them all regardless of old or young, first take Yuan Wei's head to the front of the pass and give orders.
卓遂起兵20万，分为2路而来，一路先令李确、郭汜引兵5万，把驻泗水关，不要厮杀。卓自将15万，同李儒、吕布、樊稠、张济等守虎牢关。这关离洛阳50里。
Zhuo then raised 200,000 troops and divided them into 2 groups. One group ordered Li Ju and Guosi to lead 50,000 troops to hold Sisui Pass and not fight. Zhuo himself sent 150,000 troops to join Li Ru, Lu Bu, and Fan Chou. Zhang Ji and others guarded Hulao Pass. This pass is 50 miles away.
军马到关，卓令吕布领3万军去关前扎住大寨。卓自在关上屯驻，刘兴马探听的报入袁绍大寨里来。绍聚众商议，操曰：“董卓屯兵虎牢，结俺诸侯中路。”
When the troops and horses arrived at the pass, Zhuo ordered Lu Bu to lead 30,000 troops and go to the pass to camp in the stronghold. Zhuo Zizai closed his camp. Meteor Horse heard the news and reported to Yuan Shao's stronghold. Shao gathered everyone to discuss. Cao Cao said, Dong Zhuo stationed troops in Hulao and intercepted the middle road of the princes.
今可勒兵一半迎敌。少乃分王匡、乔瑁、鲍信、袁仪、孙荣、张扬、陶谦、公孙瓒8路诸侯往虎牢关迎敌。操引军往来救应。8路诸侯各自起兵。河内太守王匡引兵先到。
Now we can draw half of our troops to meet the enemy.
吕布带铁骑3000飞奔来迎。王匡将军马列成阵势，勒马门旗下看时，见吕布出阵，头戴3叉束发紫金冠，体挂西川红锦百花袍，身披兽面吞头连环铠。
Lu Bu galloped to meet him with 3,000 cavalry. General Wang Quang lined up his horses in battle, and when he looked under the horse gate, he saw Lu Bu coming out of the battle, wearing a purple gold crown with a 3-pronged hair, a Sichuan red brocade 100-flower robe on his body, and a chain armor with an animal face and a swallowing head.
腰系勒甲玲珑狮蛮带，弓箭随身，手持画戟，坐下司风赤兔马，果然是人中吕布，马中赤兔。王匡回头问曰：“谁敢出战？”后面一将纵马挺枪而出。匡视之。
He wears an armored and exquisite lion belt around his waist. He carries a bow and arrow with him, and holds a painted halberd. He sits down on a red rabbit horse and neighs in the wind. He is indeed Lu Bu among men and Red Rabbit among horses. Wang Quang turned around and asked, "Who dares to fight?" A general behind him rode out with his gun drawn. "Watch it."
乃河内名将方悦，两马相交，55合，被吕布一戟刺于马下，挺戟直冲过来。匡军大败，四散奔走，不东西冲杀，如入无人之境。幸得乔瑁、袁仪两军皆至，来救王匡。
It was Fang Yu, a famous general in Hanoi. The 2 horses were crossing each other, but Lu Bu stabbed him under the horse with a halberd. He then charged straight towards him. Quang's army was defeated and scattered in all directions. It's like entering an uninhabited land when people rush to kill. Fortunately, both Qiao Mao and